226. The same time, the last real act of the state. For the government of people is substituted the administration of things. The state is not abolished, it perishes. The bourgeois state is first suppressed by the proletariat. Then, but only then, the proletarian state fades away. The dictatorship of the proletariat is necessary first, to crush or suppress what remains of the bourgeois class, secondly, to bring about the socialization of the means of production. Once these two tasks are accomplished, it immediately begins to wither away. Lenin, therefore, begins from the firm and definite principle that the state dies as soon as the socialization of the means of production is achieved and the exploiting class has consequently been suppressed. Yet, in the same pamphlet, he ends by justifying the preservation, even after the socialization of the means of production and, without any predictable end, of the dictatorship of a revolutionary faction over the rest of the people. The pamphlet, which makes continual reference to the experiences of the Commune, flatly contradicts the contemporary federalist and anti-authoritarian ideas that produced the Commune, and it is equally opposed to the optimistic forecasts of Marx and Engels. The reason for this is clear: Lenin had not forgotten that the Commune failed. As for the means of such a surprising demonstration, they were even more simple. With each new difficulty encountered by the revolution, the state as described by Marx is endowed with a supplementary prerogative. 10 pages farther on, without any kind of transition, Lenin in effect affirms that power is necessary to crush the resistance of the exploiters, and also to direct the great mass of the population, peasantry, lower middle classes, and semi-proletariat, in the management of the socialist economy. The shift here is undeniably, the provisional state of Marx and Engels is charged with a new mission, which risks prolonging its life indefinitely. Already we can perceive the contradiction of the Stalinist regime in conflict with its official philosophy. Either this regime has realized the classless socialist society, and the maintenance of a formidable apparatus of repression is not justified in Marxist terms, or it has not realized the classless society and has therefore proved that Marxist doctrine is erroneous and, in particular, that the socialization of the means of production does not mean the disappearance of classes. Confronted with its official doctrine, the regime is forced to choose: the doctrine is false, or the regime has betrayed it. In fact, together with Nechayev and Tikhachev, it is Lassalle, the inventor of state socialism, whom Lenin has caused to triumph in Russia, to the detriment of Marx. From this moment on, the history of the interior struggles of the party, from Lenin to Stalin, is summed up in the struggle between the workers' democracy and military and bureaucratic dictatorship, in other words, between justice and expediency. There is a moment's doubt about whether Lenin is not going to find a kind of means of conciliation when we hear him praising the measures adopted by the Commune: elected, revocable functionaries, remunerated like workers, and replacement of industrial bulletinryocracy by direct workers' management. We even catch a glimpse of a federalist Lenin who praises the institution and representation of the communes. But it becomes rapidly clear that this federalism is only extolled to the extent that it signifies the abolition of parliamentarianism. Lenin, in defiance of every historical truth, calls it centralism and immediately puts the accent on the idea of the dictatorship of the proletariat, while reproaching the anarchists for their intransigence concerning the state. At this point a new affirmation, based on Engels, is introduced which justifies the continuation of the dictatorship of the proletariat after socialization, after the disappearance of the bourgeois class, and even after control by the masses has finally been achieved. The preservation of authority will now have as limits those that are prescribed for it by the very conditions of production. For example, the final withering away of the state will coincide with the moment when accommodation can be provided for all, free of charge. It is the higher phase of communism, to each according to his needs. Until then, the state will continue. How rapid will be the development toward this higher phase of communism when each shall receive according to his needs? That, we do not and cannot know. We have no data that allow us to solve these questions. For the sake of greater clarity, Lenin affirms with his customary arbitrariness, it has never been vouchsafed to any socialist to guarantee the advent of the higher phase of communism. It can be said that at this point freedom definitely dies. From the rule of the masses and the concept of the proletarian revolution we first pass on to the idea of a revolution made and directed by professional agents. The relentless criticism of the state is then reconciled with the necessary, but provisional, dictatorship of the proletariat, embodied in its leaders. Finally, it is announced that the end of this provisional condition cannot be foreseen and that, what is more, no one has ever presumed to promise that there will be an end. After that it is logical that the autonomy of the Soviets should be contested, Makhno betrayed, and the sailors of Kronstadt crushed by the party. Undoubtedly, many of the affirmations of Lenin, who was a passionate lover of justice, can still be opposed to the Stalinist regime, mainly, the notion of the withering away of the state. Even if it is admitted that the proletarian state cannot disappear before many years have passed, it is still necessary, according to Marxist doctrine, that it should tend to disappear and become less and less restrictive in order that it should be able to call itself proletarian. It is certain that Lenin believed this trend to be inevitable and that, in this particular sense, he has been ignored. For more than 30 years the proletarian state has shown no signs of progressive anemia. On the contrary, it seems to be enjoying increasing prosperity. Meanwhile, in a lecture at the Sverdlov University 2 years later, under the pressure of outside events and interior realities, Lenin spoke with a precision which left little doubt about the indefinite continuation of the proletarian superstate. With this machine, or rather this weapon he state, we shall crush every form of exploitation, and when there are no longer any possibilities of exploitation left on earth, no more people owning land or factories, no more people gorging themselves under the eyes of others who are starving, when such things become impossible, then and only then shall we cast this machine aside. Then there will be neither state nor exploitation. Therefore, as long as there exists on earth, and no longer in a specific society, one single oppressed person and one proprietor, so long the state will continue to exist. It also will be obliged to increase in strength during this period so as to vanquish one by one the injustices, the governments responsible for injustice, the obstinately bourgeois nations, and the people who are blind to their own interests. And when, on an earth that has finally been subdued and purged of enemies, the final iniquity shall have been drowned in the blood of the just and the unjust, then the state, which has reached the limit of all power, a monstrous idol covering the entire earth, will be discreetly absorbed into the silent city of justice. Under the easily predictable pressure of adverse imperialism, the imperialism of justice was born, in reality, with Lenin. But imperialism, even the imperialism of justice, has no other end but defeat or world empire. Until then it has no other means but injustice. From now on, the doctrine is definitively identified with the prophecy. For the sake of justice in the faraway future, it authorizes injustice throughout the entire course of history and becomes the type of mystification which Lenin detested more than anything else in the world. It contrives the acceptance of injustice, crime, and falsehood by the promise of a miracle. Still greater production, still more power, uninterrupted labor, incessant suffering, permanent war, and then a moment will come when universal bondage in the totalitarian empire will be miraculously changed into its opposite, free leisure in a universal republic. Pseudo-revolutionary mystification has now acquired a formula: all freedom must be crushed in order to conquer the empire, and one day the empire will be the equivalent of freedom. And so the way to unity passes through totality. Totality and trials. Totality is, in effect, nothing other than the ancient dream of unity common to both believers and rebels, but projected horizontally onto an earth deprived of God. To renounce every value, therefore, amounts to renouncing rebellion in order to accept the empire and slavery. Criticism of formal values cannot pass over the concept of freedom. Once the impossibility has been recognized of creating, by means of the forces of rebellion alone, the free individual of whom the Romantics dreamed, freedom itself has also been incorporated in the movement of history. It has become free. 230. DOM fighting for existence, which, in order to exist, must create itself. Identified with the dynamism of history, it cannot play its proper role until history comes to a stop, in the realization of the universal city. Until then, every one of its victories will lead to an antithesis that will render it pointless. The German nation frees itself from its oppressors, but at the price of the freedom of every German. The individuals under a totalitarian regime are not free, even though man in the collective sense is free. Finally, when the empire delivers the entire human species, freedom will reign over herds of slaves, who at least will be free in relation to God and in general, in relation to every kind of transcendence. The dialectic miracle, the transformation of quantity into quality, is explained here. It is the decision to call total servitude freedom. Moreover, as in all the examples cited by Hegel and Marx, there is no objective transformation, but only a subjective change of denomination. In other words, there is no miracle. If the only hope of nihilism lies in thinking that millions of slaves can one day constitute a humanity which will be freed forever, then history is nothing but a desperate dream. Historical thought was to deliver man from subjection to a divinity, but this liberation demanded of him the most absolute subjection to historical evolution. Then man takes refuge in the permanence of the party in the same way that he formerly prostrated himself before the altar. That is why the era which dares to claim that it is the most rebellious that has ever existed only offers a choice of various types of conformity. The real passion of the 20th century is servitude. But total freedom is no more easy to conquer than individual freedom. To ensure man's empire over the world, it is necessary to suppress in the world and in man everything that escapes the empire, everything that does not come under the reign of quantity, and this is an endless undertaking. The empire must embrace time, space, and people, which compose the three dimensions of history. It is simultaneously war, obscurantism, and tyranny, desperately affirming that one day it will be liberty, fraternity, and truth. The logic of its postulates obliges it to do so. There is undoubtedly in Russia today, even in its communist doctrines, a truth that denies Stalinist ideology. But this ideology has its logic, which must be isolated and exposed if we wish the revolutionary spirit to escape final disgrace. The cynical intervention of the armies of the Western powers against the Soviet Revolution demonstrated, among other things, to the Russian revolutionaries that war and nationalism were real ideas in the same category as the class struggle. Without an international solidarity of the working classes, a solidarity that would come into play automatically, no interior revolution could be considered likely to survive unless an international order were created. From then on, it was necessary to admit that the universal city could only be built on two conditions, either by almost simultaneous revolutions in every big country, or by the liquidation, through war, of the bourgeois nations, permanent revolution or permanent war. We know that the first point of view almost triumphed. The revolutionary movements in Germany, Italy, and France marked the high point in revolutionary hopes and aspirations. But the crushing of these revolutions and the ensuing reinforcement of capitalist regimes have made war the reality of the revolution. Thus the philosophy of enlightenment finally led to the Europe of the blackout. By the logic of history and of doctrine, the universal city, which was to have been realized by the spontaneous insurrection of the oppressed, has been little by little replaced by the empire, imposed by means of power. Engels, with the approval of Marx, dispassionately accepted this prospect when he wrote in answer to Bakunin's appeal to the Slavs, "The next world war will cause the disappearance from the surface of the globe, not only of reactionary classes and dynasties, but of whole races of reactionaries. That also is part of progress." That particular form of progress, in Engels's mind, was destined to eliminate the Russia of the Tsars. Today the Russian nation has reversed the direction of progress. War, cold and lukewarm, is the slavery imposed by world empire. But now that it has become imperialist, the revolution is in an impasse. If it does not renounce its false principles in order to return to the origins of rebellion, it only means the continuation, for several generations and until capitalism spontaneously decomposes, of a total dictatorship over hundreds of millions of men, or, if it wants to precipitate the advent of the universal city, it only signifies the atomic war, which it does not want and after which any city whatsoever will only be able to contemplate complete destructi world revolution, by the very laws. 232. Of the history it so imprudently deified, is condemned to the police or to the bomb. At the same time, it finds itself confronted with yet another contradiction. The sacrifice of ethics and virtue, the acceptance of all the means that it constantly justified by the end it pursued, can only be accepted, if absolutely necessary, in terms of an end that is reasonably likely to be realized. The Cold War supposes, by the indefinite prolongation of dictatorship, the indefinite negation of this end. The danger of war, moreover, makes this end highly unlikely. The extension of the empire over the face of the earth is an inevitable necessity for 20th century revolution. But this necessity confronts it with a final dilemma, to construct new principles for itself or to renounce justice and peace, whose definitive reign it always wanted. While waiting to dominate space, the empire sees itself also compelled to reign over time. In denying every stable truth it is compelled to go to the point of denying the very lowest form of truth, the truth of history. It has transported revolution, which is still impossible on a worldwide scale, back into a past that it is determined to deny. Even that, too, is logical. Any kind of coherence that is not purely economic between the past and the future of humanity supposes a constant which, in its turn, can lead to a belief in a human nature. The profound coherence that Marx, who was a man of culture, had perceived as existing between all civilizations, threatened to swamp his thesis and to bring to light a natural continuity, far broader in scope than economic continuity. Little by little, Russian communism has been forced to burn its bridges, to introduce a solution of continuity into the problem of historical evolution. The negation of every genius who proves to be a heretic, and almost all of them do, the denial of the benefits of civilization, of art to the infinite degree in which it escapes from history and the renunciation of vital traditions, have gradually forced contemporary Marxism within narrower and narrower limits. It has not sufficed for Marxism to deny or to silence the things in the history of the world which cannot be assimilated by its doctrine, or to reject the discoveries of modern science. It has also had to rewrite history, even the most recent and the best known, even the history of the party and of the revolution. Year by year, sometimes month by month, Pravda corrects itself, and rewritten edi. The failing of the prophecy 233. Shins of the official history books follow one another off the presses. Lenin is censored, Marx is not published. At this point comparison with religious obscurantism is no longer even fair. The Church never went so far as to decide that the divine manifestation was embodied in two, then in four, or in three, and then again in two, persons. The acceleration of events that is part of our times also affects the fabrication of truth, which, accomplished at this speed, becomes pure fantasy. As in the fairy story, in which all the looms of an entire town wove the empty air to provide clothes for the king, thousands of men, whose strange profession it is, rewrite a presumptuous version of history, which is destroyed the same evening while waiting for the calm voice of a child to proclaim suddenly that the king is naked. This small voice, the voice of rebellion, will then be saying, what all the world can already see, that a revolution which, in order to last, is condemned to deny its universal vocation, or to renounce itself in order to be universal, is living by false principles. Meanwhile, these principles continue to dominate the lives of millions of men. The dream of empire, held in check by the realities of time and space, gratifies its desires on humanity. People are not only hostile to the empire as individuals, in that case the traditional methods of terror would suffice. They are hostile to it insofar as human nature, to date, has never been able to live by history alone and has always escaped from it by some means. The empire supposes a negation and a certainty, the certainty of the infinite malleability of man and the negation of human nature. Propaganda techniques serve to measure the degree of this malleability and try to make reflection and conditioned reflex coincide. Propaganda makes it possible to sign a pact with those who for years have been designated as the mortal enemy. Even more, it allows the psychological effect thus obtained to be reversed and the people, once again, to be aligned against this same enemy. The experiment has not yet been brought to an end, but its principle is logical. If there is no human nature, then the malleability of man is, in fact, infinite. Political realism, on this level, is nothing but unbreed-led romanticism, a romanticism of expediency. In this way it is possible to explain why Russian Marxism rejects, in its entirety and even though it knows very well how to. 234. Make use of it, the world of the irrational. The irrational can serve the empire as well as refute it. The irrational escapes calculation, and calculation alone must reign in the empire. Man is only an interplay of forces that can be rationally influenced. A few inconsiderate Marxists were rash enough to imagine that they could reconcile their doctrine with Freud's, for example. Their eyes were opened for them quickly enough. Freud is a heretic thinker and a petit bourgeois because he brought to light the unconscious and bestowed on it at least as much reality as on the super or social ego. This unconscious mind can therefore define the originality of a human nature opposed to the historic ego. Man, on the contrary, must be explained in terms of the social and rational ego and as an object of calculation. Therefore it has been necessary to enslave not only each individual life, but also the most irrational and the most solitary event of all, the expectancy of which accompanies man throughout his entire life. The empire, in its convulsive effort to found a definitive kingdom, strives to integrate death. A living man can be enslaved and reduced to the historic condition of an object. But if he dies in refusing to be enslaved, he reaffirms the existence of another kind of human nature which refuses to be classified as an object. That is why the accused is never produced and killed before the eyes of the world unless he consents to say that his death is just and unless he conforms to the empire of objects. One must die dishonored or no longer exist neither in life nor in death. In the latter event, the victim does not die, he disappears. If he is punished, his punishment would be a silent protest and might cause a fissure in the totality. But the culprit is not punished, he is simply replaced in the totality and thus helps to construct the machine of empire. He is transformed into a cog in the machinery of production, so indispensable that in the long run he will not be used in production because he is guilty, but considered guilty because production has need of him. The concentration camp system of the Russians has, in fact, accomplished the dialectical transition from the government of people to the administration of objects, but by identifying people with objects. Even the enemy must collaborate in the common endeavor. Beyond the confines of the empire there is no salvation. This is the failing of the prophecy 235. Or will be, the empire of friendship. But this friendship is the befriending of objects, for the friend cannot be preferred to the empire. The friendship of people, and there is no other definition of it, is specific solidarity, to the point of death, against everything that is not part of the kingdom of friendship. The friendship of objects is friendship in general, friendship with everything, which supposes when it is a question of self-preservation mutual denunciation. He who loves his friend loves him in the present, and the revolution wants to love only a man who has not yet appeared. To love is, in a certain way, to kill the perfect man who is going to be born of the revolution. In order that one day he may live, he should from now on be preferred to anyone else. In the kingdom of humanity, men are bound by ties of affection, in the empire of objects, men are united by mutual accusation. The city that planned to be the city of fraternity becomes an ant-heap of solitary men. On another plane, only a brute in a state of irrational fury can imagine that men should be sadistically tortured in order to obtain their consent. Such an act only accomplishes the subjugation of one man by another, in an outrageous relationship between persons. The representative of rational totality is content, on the contrary, to allow the object to subdue the person in the soul of man. The highest mind is first of all reduced to the level of the lowest by the police technique of joint accusation. Then 5, 10, 20 nights of insomnia will culminate in illusory conviction and will bring yet another dead soul into the world. From this point of view, the only psychological revolution known to our times since Freud's has been brought about by the NKVD and the political police in general. Guided by a determinist hypothesis that calculates the weak points and the degree of elasticity of the soul, these new techniques have once again thrust aside one of man's limits and have attempted to demonstrate that no individual psychology is original and that the common measure of all human character is mater. They have literally created the physics of the soul. From that point on, traditional human relations have been transformed. These progressive transformations characterize the world of rational terror in which, in different degrees, Europe lives. Dialogue and personal relations have been replaced by propaganda or 236. Polemic, which are two kinds of monologue. Abstraction, which belongs to the world of power and calculation, has replaced the real passions, which are in the domain of the flesh and of the irrational. The ration coupon substituted for bread, love and friendship submitted to a doctrine, and destiny to a plan, punishment considered the norm, and production substituted for living creation, quite satisfactorily describe this disembodied Europe, peopled with positive or negative symbols of power. How miserable, Marx exclaims, is a society that knows no better means of defense than the executioner. But in Marx's day the executioner had not yet become a philosopher and at least made no pretense of university or sal-philanthropy. The ultimate contradiction of the greatest revolution that history ever knew does not, after all, lie entirely in the fact that it lays claim to justice despite an uninterrupted procession of violence and injustice. This is an evil common to all times and a product of servitude or mystification. The tragedy of this revolution is the tragedy of nihilism. It confounds itself with the drama of contemporary intelligence, which, while claiming to be universal, is only responsible for a series of mutilations to men's minds. Totality is not unity. The state of siege, even when it is extended to the very boundaries of the earth, is not reconciliation. The claim to a universal city is supported in this revolution only by rejecting two-thirds of the world and the magnificent heritage of the centuries, and by denying, to the advantage of history, both nature and beauty, and by depriving man of the power of passion, doubt, happiness, and imaginative invention, in a word, of his greatness. The principles that men give to themselves end by overwhelming their noblest intentions. By dint of argument, incessant struggle, polemics, excommunications, persecutions conducted and suffered, the universal city of free and fraternal man is slowly diverted and gives way to the only universe in which history and expediency can in fact be elevated to the position of supreme judges, the universe of the trial. Every religion revolves around the concepts of innocence and GMJT. Prometheus, the first rebel, however, denies the right to punish. Zeus himself, Zeus above all, is not innocent enough to exercise this right. Thus rebellion, in its very first manifestation, refuses to recognize punishment as legitimate. But in his last incarnation, at the end of his exhausting journey, the rebel once more adopts the religious concept of punishment and places it at the center of his universe. The supreme judge is no longer in the heavens, history itself acts as an implacable divinity. History, in one sense, is nothing but a protracted punishment, for the real reward will be reaped only at the end of time. We are far, it would seem, from Marxism and from Hegel, and even farther from the first rebels. Nevertheless, all purely historical thought leads to the brink of this abyss. To the extent to which Marx predicted the inevitable establishment of the classlessity and to the extent to which he thus established the goodwill of history, every check to the advance toward freedom must be imputed to the ill will of mankind. Marx reintroduced crime and punishment into the unchristian world, but only in relation to history. Marxism in one of its aspects is a doctrine of culpability on man's part and innocence on history's. His interpretation of history is that when it is deprived of power, it expresses itself in revolutionary violence. At the height of its power it risked becoming legal violence, in other words, terror and trial. In the universe of religion, moreover, the final judgment is postponed. It is not necessary for crime to be punished without delay or for innocence to be rewarded. In the new universe, on the other hand, the judgment pronounced by history must be pronounced immediately, for culpability coincides with the check to progress and with punishment. History has judged Bukharin in that it condemned him to death. It proclaims the innocence of Stalin. He is the most powerful man on earth. It is the same with Tito, about whom we do not know, so we are told, whether he is guilty or not. He is on trial, as was Trotsky, whose guilt only became clear to the philosophers of historical crime at the moment when the Muradera's axe cracked his skull. Tito has been denounced, but not yet struck down. When he has been struck down, his guilt will be certain. Besides, Trotsky's and Tito's provisional innocence depended and depends to a large extent on geography. They were far removed from the arm of secular power. That is why those who can be reached by that arm must be judged without delay. The definitive judgment of history depends on an infinite number of judgments which will have been pronounced between now and 238. Then and which will finally be confirmed or invalidated. Thus there is the promise of mysterious rehabilitations on the day when the tribunal of the world will be established by the world itself. Some, who will proclaim themselves contemptible traitors, will enter the pantheon of mankind. Others who maintain their innocence will be condemned to the hell of history. But who, then, will be the judge? Man himself, finally fulfilled in his divinity. Meanwhile, those who conceived the prophecy, and who alone are capable of reading in history the meaning with which they previously endowed it, will pronounce sentence definitive for the guilty, provisional sentences for the judges. But it sometimes happens that those who judge, like Rajk, are judged in their turn. Must we believe that he no longer interpreted history correctly? His defeat and death in fact prove it. Then who guarantees that those who judge him today will not be traitors tomorrow, hurled down from the height of their judgment seat to the concrete caves where history's damned are dying? The guarantee lies in their infallible clairvoyance. What proof is there of that? Their uninterrupted success. The world of trial is a spherical world in which success and innocence authenticate each other and where every mirror reflects the same mystification. Thus there will be a historic grace, 1-5 whose power alone can interpret events and which favors or excommunicates the subject of the empire. To guard against its caprices, the latter has only faith at his disposal, faith as defined in the spiritual exercises of Saint Ignatius. We should always be prepared, so as never to err, to believe that what I see as white is black, if the hierarchic church defines it thus. Only this active faith held by the representatives of truth can save the subject from the mysterious ravages of history. He is not yet free of the universe of trial to which he is bound by the historic sentiment of fear. But without this faith he runs a perpetual risk of becoming, without having wished to do so and with the best intentions in the world, an objective criminal. The universe of trial finally culminates in this concept, at which point we have come full circle. At the end of this long insurrection in the name of human innocence, there arises, by an inevitable poor version of fact, the affirmation of general culpability. Every man is a criminal who is unaware of being so. The objective criminal is, precisely, he who believed himself innocent. His actions he considered subjectively inoffensive, or even advantageous for the future of justice. But it is demonstrated to him that objectively his actions have been harmful to that future. Are we dealing with scientific objectivity? No, but with historical objectivity. How is it possible to know, for example, if the future of justice is compromised by the unconsidered denunciation of present injustice? Real objectivity would consist in judging by those results which can be scientifically observed and by facts and their general tendencies. But the concept of objective culpability proves that this curious kind of objectivity is only based on results and facts which will only become accessible to science in the year 2000, at the very earliest. Meanwhile, it is embodied in an interminable subjectivity which is imposed on others as objectivity, and that is the philosophic definition of terror. This type of objectivity has no definable meaning, but power will give it a content by decreeing that everything of which it does not approve is guilty. It will consent to say, or allow to be said, to philosophers who live outside the empire, that in this way it is taking a risk in regard to history, just as the objective culprit took a risk, though without knowing it. When victim and executioner have disappeared, the matter will be judged. But this consolation is of any value only to the executioner, who has really no need of it. Meanwhile, the faithful are regularly bidden to attend strange feasts where, according to scrupulous rites, victims overwhelmed with contrition are offered as sacrifice to the god of history. The express object of this idea is to prevent indifference in matters of faith. It is compulsory evangelization. The law, whose function it is to pursue suspects, fabricates them. By fabricating them, it converts them. In bourgeois society, for example, every citizen is supposed to approve the law. In objective society every citizen will be presumed to disapprove of it. Or at least he should always be ready to prove that he does not disapprove of it. Culpability no longer has any factual basis, it simply consists of absence of faith. Which explains the apparent contradiction of the objective system. Under a capitalist regime, the man who says he is neutral is con. 240. Considered objectively to be favorable to the regime. Under the regime of the empire, the man who is neutral is considered hostile objectively to the regime. There is nothing astonishing about that. If a subject of the empire does not believe in the empire, he is, of his own choice, nothing, historically speaking, therefore he takes sides against history and is, in other words, a blasphemer. Even lip service paid to faith will not suffice, it must be lived and acted upon in order to be served properly, and the citizen must be always on the alert to consent in time to the changes in dogma. At the slightest error potential culpability becomes in its turn objective culpability. Consummating its history in this manner, the revolution is not content with killing all rebellion. It insists on holding every man, even the most servile, responsible for the fact that rebellion ever existed and still exists under the sun. In the universe of the trial, conquered and completed at last, a race of culprits will endlessly shuffle toward an impossible innocence, under the grim regard of the Grand Inquisitors. In the 20th century power wears the mask of tragedy. Here ends Prometheus' serpensum itinerary. Proclaiming his hatred of the gods and his love of mankind, he turns away from Zeus with scorn and approaches mortal men in order to lead them in an assault against the heavens. But men are weak and cowardly, they must be organized. They love pleasure and immediate happiness, they must be taught to refuse, in order to grow up, immediate rewards. Thus Prometheus, in his turn, becomes a master who first teaches and then commands. Men doubt that they can safely attack the city of light and are even uncertain whether the city exists. They must be saved from themselves. The hero tells them that he, and he alone, knows the city. Those who doubt his word will be thrown into the desert, chained to a rock, offered to the vultures. The others will march henceforth in darkness, behind the pensive and solitary master. Prometheus alone has become God and reigns over the solitude of men. But from Zeus he has gained only solitude and cruelty, he is no longer Prometheus, he is Caesar. The real, the eternal Prometheus has now assumed the aspect of one of his victims. The same cry, springing from the depths of the past, rings forever through the Scythian desert. V. On December 7, 1961, 6,000 young people gathered in a Paris auditorium to listen to a debate by four noted French men. Their topic was, is the dialectic solely a law of history or is it also a law of nature? Jean-Paul Sartre and Jean Hippolyte, Sorbonne professor and Hegelian scholar, upheld the existentialist viewpoint that dialectical processes are created by men and man alone is involved in their development through his practical action. Therefore dialectical thinking is limited to human history. Roger Garaudy and Jean-Pierre Vigier defended the Marxist position that the laws of dialectics are universal in scope and apply to all phenomena in nature, society, and thought. J. Orsel, professor of mineralogy at the National Museum of Natural History, chaired the debate and opened it with some introductory observations on the subject from the Marxist viewpoint. Vigier was highly qualified to discuss dialectical materialism in the light of present-day scientific developments. One of the leading younger theoretical physicists in France, he is Master of Research at the National Center for Scientific Research in Paris and head of a group at the Institut Henri Poincaré. Together with two Nobel Prize winners in physics, the French Man Louis de Broglie and the Japanese Hideki Yukawa, and two Marxist scientists, David Bohm and J.P. Terlitsky, he has been concerned with devising a new theory of elementary particles to meet the problems raised by recent experimental discoveries in nuclear phenomena. Vigier's presentation and rebuttal, reprinted here, endeavored to answer the chief objections advanced by the existentialist participants in the debate against the dialectical essence of nature and to demonstrate the narrowness of the view that it is illegitimate to extend dialectical laws to the physical world. Since Sartre has posed a certain number of questions to me, I will try to answer them. But first of all I would like to express my opinion on the essential meaning of the debate, proceeding from what M. Hippolyte has just said. I think that the key question, the central one, we are discussing this evening is to know whether Marxism is dialectical materialism, the indispensable philosophy of our time as Sartre himself called it, or whether it is restricted to historical materialism and is a doctrine that explains only the movement of human history. To answer Sartre's questions, I have formulated them in a philosophical language. I think that the first question he posed is this: does the unity of knowledge, in the area of historical materialism, demand a unity of knowledge as a totalization of all natural processes? Must the dialectical totalization which constitutes the movement of historical being, of its reality, be conceived with a dialectical materialism which would reintegrate it in the dialectical unity of nature? I think that for us Marxists the answer to this question is yes. That is to say, historical materialism can acquire its full value only in the more general framework of the dialectic of nature. This absolutely does not mean that we do not regard historical materialism as having its own specificity and autonomy. Obviously, it has. For us, the analysis given by Marx is a scientific analysis applied to historic processes. The model that he gives is not terminated at any moment of time or limited in its evolution. I am going to explain myself below. At the level where the Marxist analyses of the movement of history are made, it is true that I can, in a certain sense, consider external nature as inert and construct a specific model whose dialectical movement reproduces the movement of history. However, we know that this is only a partial truth. The very 245 activity of man, science in particular, can overturn the predictions of the model in a qualitatively radical way that it could not have foreseen. Marxism ought to be the opposite of dogmatism. This leads me to the second question. Sartre asks us, is a demand of historical totalization in question, or does dialectical materialism prove itself on the level of the sciences of nature? Do scientists discover processes of totalization in the physico-chemical process, for example, and since knowledge is a moment of being, are they obliged to have recourse to the dialectical method in order to understand and foresee them? On this point, in the preliminary discussion, Orsel and I were a little surprised by this way of putting the question. For us, dialectical materialism is not only a demand of historical totalization, but it results above all from the very movement of science. Let us remember first of all that the idea of a dialectic of nature considerably precedes Marxism proper in the history of human thought, although the latter gave it its modern extension. Without speaking of pre-Socratic philosophers like Heraclitus, to the extent that scientific consciousness has developed since the Renaissance, one sees dialectical analyses spring up prior to Marxism. I will content myself with recalling a few famous examples. First of all, Darwinism, which was contemporary with Marxism but developed independently of it, in which Marx himself saw a striking example of a dialectical analysis of the evolution of the species. To be sure, a number of Darwin's propositions have not survived, but the essential one remains, the idea of a history of life on the globe developing in the very terms of dialectic, of contradictions, of totality, etc. I will not insist on this point, for I think that we are all in accord with it. It is true that the dialectic at the level of biology is specific, that human history introduces new elements like the grasp of consciousness, for example, which becomes a historical force. The Darwinian analysis is certainly outmoded in many aspects, but all that we have learned since proceeds along the line of the dialectic. The mechanistic explanations of Darwin have been replaced by richer and more complex analyses combining the external action of the environment with the dynamic belonging to living beings. Starting from the history of biology and the social sciences, the idea of evolution has progressively invaded the body of the sciences. After astronomy, it intrudes today into chemistry and into physics. However, this idea of history, of evolution, of analysis in terms of development, is for us precisely the profound logical root of the dialectic of nature. One can even say in a sense that all scientific progress is accomplished through abandoning static descriptions to the benefit of dynamic analyses combining the intrinsic properties of the analyzed phenomena. For us, science progresses from Cuvier to Darwin, from the static to the dynamic, from formal logic to dialectical logic. Orsel has given examples: the continental masses on the global scale, the history of terrains on the continental scale, of crystals, etc., which render account of the action of the natural milieu where the evolution under consideration unfolds. Furthermore, scientific understanding progresses as this analysis permits us to arrive at the internal contradictory properties of the systems analyzed. The material elements considered as inert on one level, for example the macroscopic bodies described by classical physics, reveal prodigiously complex and mobile structures to analysis as scientific knowledge progresses. On our scale this table can appear inert to me, but we know that it is made of molecules in extraordinarily complex and violent movement. These molecules themselves break down into mobile atoms when I push analysis further. Finally, the atoms themselves split into the so-called elementary particles, which in their turn disclose equally mobile and complex internal structures. The experiments performed with the giant accelerators teach us that the micro-world, far from being composed of permanent and stable elements, is itself of a prodigious complexity. The protons and neutrons are surrounded by clouds of particles that are created and destroyed with a prodigious rapidity. Their heart itself is very probably complex. The recently discovered mesons can equally be considered as assemblages of different particles. Everyday science further verifies the profound saying of Heraclitus, which is at the very root of the dialectic: everything is in flux, everything is transformed, everything is in violent movement. In reality, everything that we know from the analysis of physical-chemical phenomena shows that these are prodigiously complex. 247. Prodigiously mobile, and that one can analyze their history precisely. They are opaque only because we have less direct access to them than to history by the very fact of our situation in respect to nature and the experimental intermediaries that we have to use. But precisely because we here all agree in saying that the external world exists independently of any observer, precisely because we think that the movement of this world exists independently of us, it seems to me that we must recognize that the movement itself can be understood only in the terms of dialectic analysis. I would like to recall here still other examples: the famous works of Morgan on the history of primitive societies used by Engels. The 18th century furnished a very great number of examples of partial dialectical analyses of the movement of organic and inorganic matter. There is the celebrated text of Diderot, Dal Embert's Dream, which is to my mind a model, given the limitations of its time, of a dialectical analysis of the nature of living beings and of thought. There is also a classic text of Newton, which I will not analyze in detail here, where the latter explains the properties of luminous bodies by linking in an extraordinarily advanced manner for his time. One finds there almost the reflection of the very phrases of Marx on the dialectic, the properties of light, its polarization, etc. with the properties of the matter that emits it. I would like now to develop the idea that the Marxist conceptions on the dialectic of nature have evolved and necessarily evolve. In Engels' time, outside of the realm of biology on the level of the evolution of the species, totalities in other realms susceptible of being analyzed dialectically were not known. It is precisely the great historical merit of Engels to have sought for such examples in all realms and to have promoted this search. He gave examples that will remain classic, like the qualitative transformation of water into vapor, to illustrate the transformation of quantity into quality. Today we can go a great deal further, and I would like to develop, since Sartre speaks of it, a theory that is common to a certain number of Marxists and non-Marxists, like Professors de Broglie and Novack, the theory of levels. I naturally do not make the existence of a dialectic of nature depend on this, since what is involved is no more than a new inquiry in the course of elaboration. The point of departure consists in abandoning the idea of the 248 complete character of the laws of nature and in acknowledging that one can break down reality into an infinity of levels or totalities, endowed with their own laws. Consequently, there would not exist any theory completely capable of exhausting physical reality. Let us illustrate this idea of levels in the following manner. When one analyzes bodies that have dimensions in centimeters or millimeters, one could say that they are effectively governed by classical mechanics, this mechanic, describing in sum a certain number of finite aspects of the bodies at this dimensional level. As one enters into a realm of smaller dimensions, on the order of 1 centimeter and of corresponding intervals of time, one penetrates into the realm of the theory of quanta, a realm described by a new mechanics which takes account of finer, more complex features of reality. By extension, we will likewise have to admit that if one enters into a realm of the dimension of 10 to 13 centimeters, it will be necessary to construct new mechanics and so on. This notion of levels immediately applies to geology or to biology. For example, the giant molecules characteristic of organic matter have new qualitative properties, of order and structure, which concretely characterize the chemistry of life. With this theory of levels, one can say that matter has a history in the strict and dialectical sense of the word, for the material structures we are concerned with have been constituted in time starting from the deepest levels, by successive qualitative leaps. The idea that there is no dialectic in nature comes from the idea, scientifically false in my opinion, that one can arrive at differing ultimate elements, molecules, then atoms, now elementary particles, with the aid of which one could reconstitute reality. But the progress of science is accomplished in the inverse sense, in the interior of each phenomenon, even if there actually were elementary particles, one always discovers deeper movements and antagonisms. What seems immobile to us at one level is really in flux in the sense given to this word by Heraclitus. Such a conception at once enables us to recognize the essential traits of the dialectical explanation of movement. The internal antagonisms, that is to say, the assemblage of forces that necessarily evolve along opposing lines, illustrate the notion of contradiction. The unity of opposites is understood as the unity of the elements. 249. Of one level which engender the phenomena of the higher level. The transformation of quantity into quality is interpreted as the abrupt rupture of equilibrium in the interior of a system, for example, the destruction of one of the antagonistic forces, that modifies the equilibrium and engenders a qualitatively new phenomenon within which new contradictions appear. So, after a century of the history of science, we once more see the intrusion of the notion of time into the analysis of phenomena, the evolution being more and more extensively depicted in the very terms of dialectical analysis. Sartre's third question is, in my opinion, an essential one in regard to the new conceptions of the dialectic of nature. This question is the following: do we discover in nature totalities, or totalizations, in the sense of historical totalization? Are the parts of the physical-chemical units governed by the whole, for example? For example, is the evolution of quantum and subquantum physics characterized, not only by the destruction of classical mechanics and its postulates, but by the emergence of a truly dialectical area of being and knowledge? If one claims that, is he not letting himself be led by an analogy? For example, are the oppositions of forces within a physical-chemical system true contradictions? Isn't it obvious that the antagonism of historical forces is of another kind than the antagonism of physical-chemical forces? With your permission, I will generalize this question under the following form, which, I believe, does not distort your thought. Does one find outside human history, in organic and inorganic nature, at the origin of the movement and the history of this nature, the explanatory elements of historical materialism? What one might call the categories of dialectical thought, the transformation of quantity into quality, the penetration of opposites, the negation of the negation, the category of totality, etc. In my opinion, the answer is obviously yes, and the fact that these dialectical categories have a specific and particular meaning in the history of men does not at all diminish their applicability to nature. I will go even further: they attain, in my opinion, their full intelligibility and value only in the framework of the dialectic of nature. Examples abound, and I will take only a few borrowed from the 250. Most modern science. First, the category of totality. The history of the sciences themselves shows that I can always abstract in a very general way from the realms, which I will call levels further on, which in fact behave like totalities in the dialectical sense of the term. If human history is a totality, the individual man considered as a psychological whole is another, with his own contradictions, his relations with the external world. Organized beings also behave like totalities which can themselves be broken down into finer totalities, such as the giant molecules. In another realm, on the order of increasing size, there are the great geological masses, the Earth considered as a whole, the solar system itself as an infinitesimal element of a galaxy, and finally the galaxies that are considered as physical-chemical wholes and that can be analyzed in their totality, neglecting fluctuations in detail. A particular dialectic corresponds to each of the levels thus demarcated. I will return to this point further on. The category of totality, not reducible to its constituent elements, is everywhere present around us in nature. I will recall as an example the quotation from Szent-Györgyi given by Garotti. The qualitative leaps of the dialectic are found precisely in the borderlands where one passes from one state of matter to another, for example, from the inorganic to the organic. The celebrated problem of the origin of life or biopoiesis is analyzed precisely in such terms. I will here quote Bernal summing up the conclusions of the International Congress of Moscow on the origins of life. From the works of the Russians and Americans comes essentially the idea that life results from a succession of more and more complex states which proceed one from the other in time, and of which each contains the structures and dynamic manifestations of the previous state. In my opinion, this division into stages is not arbitrary. Since the evolution of life is continuous, no stage could have been completely static, but it was not uniform either. To the discontinuities which consist in the birth of new living species, in the further stages of the evolution of life, there must correspond in the essentially biochemical primitive stages leaps. Like the emergence of sugars, nucleic acids or fats. One of the major problems is to establish the correct order of succession on the base of the actual metabolism and to postulate other stages subsequently. Wiped out by the acquisition of a more efficient biochemical mechanism. It is clear that one must look in the mineral world for the origin of the processes and the materials of the organic world, but life itself is a capital stage I and the history of matter, the containment in a limited volume of continual chemical processes. 25.1. The relations of the being with the environment are illustrated in a remarkable way by the works of Jacques Monod, which show that different enzymes, such as beta-galactosidase, appear in the microbes, C. olibacilli, following the sugars that are supplied to it, all of these diastases requiring specific inductors supplied by the milieu. It is correct that for us the oppositions of forces in the interior of physical chemical systems constitute true contradictions, since its constituent terms are elements that develop in a contrary manner and reciprocally condition each other. Movement in the sense of modern microphysics is absolutely not bound up with the simple shift of an inert being from one point to another, but is more like a violent oscillating movement that develops at one point to the degree it is destroyed in the immediately preceding position. Each side of this dual process of annihilation and creation reciprocally conditions the other. It is true, as Sartre says, that the antagonism of historical forces is made up of elements distinct from the antagonisms of organic or physical chemical forces. But that does not at all bother us precisely because we know that in each realm, or level, the terms of the contradiction that engenders the movement have specific properties. Again, history is not the queen of the sciences, it is one of the components of the body of the sciences that make up human knowledge. It is contrary to Marxism to make a mechanical transposition from one realm to another. Sartre's criticism does not contravene the conception of Engels and of Lenin. It contravenes dogmatic and mechanistic formulations of Marxism, for example, such as those given by Stalin in the history of the Bolshevik Party of the USSR. The Soviet philosophers would be the first to agree. I come now to the fourth question of Sartre. 252. If the idea of partial totality is accepted, can one speak of a dialectical comprehension on the physical-chemical level? More generally, if one takes nature as an infinite totality, in the same sense as Cantor spoke of transfinite numbers, is this forging a concept necessary to the comprehension of movements in the different realms? In our opinion, the answer is yes. The problem that science resolves is precisely the problem of the movement of things. In the physical-chemical realm, this is expressed in the very nature of the mathematical instrument utilized, the differential equations that permit one to deduce the evolution of a system starting from initial given condition S, initial conditions that precisely characterize the totality under consideration. Example, if I study an atom with the aid of wave mechanics, I consider it as a totality by including in my calculations the external world expressed at this level under the form of the given external field. As for the second part of the question, the answer is still yes, at least in my opinion. The notion of the infinite is actually indispensable, as Lenin first forcefully emphasized, to the dialectical explanation of the world. If nature were finite, it would be reduced to a model, to a machine whose evolution could be foreseen in advance. It would be incapable of engendering anything new. If, on the contrary, one admits, as the theory of levels does, that nature is infinite, inexhaustible, the appearance of the new, that is to say, of new dialectical realms, does not modify this infinite, inexhaustible character, which constitutes, from the point of view of numbering the levels, the very mathematical definition of transfinite number referred to by Sartre. I would formulate in a somewhat different way the fifth question of Sartre. It is, if a theory of levels is admitted, must not one admit dialectical levels, or if one prefers, that the dialectic itself passes from the simple to the complex? If one admits this, how can account be rendered of the transition from one level to the other? And from the organic to the conscious? Perhaps science will soon discover it for us, but for the moment we only postulate that this transition exists dialectically. Does the theory of levels change anything in the situation? Doesn't the dialectic of nature postulate transitions in their intelligibility and their 253 necessity? Must not one recognize in this case that one is constructing a dialectic from the outside on the model of a real dialectic and that it is nothing but a working hypothesis? Here again the answer is yes. The dialectical explanation varies from one realm to the other. Natural science adapts the concepts that serve as the base for the explanatory mode that it proposes to the specific nature of the system studied. The psychology of the individual bases its explanation on contradictory beings of a specific nature. Geology also, and it is the same for all science. Only some especially simple forms of the dialectic can be mathematicized. It is therefore correct that, in concordance with these different domains, the dialectic passes from the simple to the complex. Furthermore, every attempt to limit these laws or to freeze them is contrary to the very spirit of Marxism and to the scientific spirit. A theory of transition obviously issues from this. I think in fact that it is on this problem that Sartre and we part company. More exactly, we envisage the problem of the passage from one domain to the other from a different angle. In regard to this I would like to make 3 remarks. 1. The passage from one level to the other, from the organic to the conscious or from the inorganic to living matter, offer problems which are the appropriate object of unanimous interest among scientists. The history of science in recent years has not ceased to register progress in these frontier regions. 2. These advances have all been achieved in the framework of dialectic analysis itself, that is to say, by definition of more and more complex stages which really succeed each other in the course of the prehistory of the higher level under consideration. Witness the example of biopoiesis I gave previously. 3. Far from constituting an arbitrary postulate, the existence and intelligibility of these transitions have permitted important scientific progress, for example, in our knowledge of the structure and mechanisms of the interactions of the giant molecules constituting organic matter. Of course, these explanations cannot be imposed from without in a dogmatic form, as Sartre says, but result precisely from scientific research itself, which is anti-dogmatic by nature. I now come to the 6th question: is it correct that there are 2 schools among the dialecticians? 254. Those who retain the classic point of view, O.F. Engels, and those who wish to renovate this point of view, like Vigier himself, as a result of newly acquired knowledge? They agree only on the monism of being and the unity of knowing, but they pose both one and the other as formal and empty postulates. To this question my reply will be brief: there are not 2 schools. I do not think that it would be consistent with the scientific spirit to claim to separate the dialectic of nature from the movement of scientific progress. It is therefore impossible for a Marxist, under penalty of renouncing the very spirit of the doctrine, to restrict himself to the analyses of Engels that he himself considered provisional. It is contrary to the spirit of Marxism to want to halt it, limit it, freeze it, or turn it away from the dialectical and materialist analysis of the new facts engendered by the movement of history and the discoveries of the most advanced science. Marxism must by its very nature enrich itself unceasingly, the opposite of a closed philosophy. It is essentially an open philosophy, directed toward the future and toward discovery. In the spirit of the procedure of Marx and Lenin, one cannot conceive the elaboration of a dialectic of nature without permanently supporting oneself on the very movement of science. I will take an even more radical position: Marxism marks a break in the very history of knowledge and of philosophy. Before it, the attempt was made to enclose the world within the bounds of an a priori vision of necessarily finite and limited systems. The attitude of Marx is radically different: the vision of the world must come out of science, be modified and transformed with it. The practice of knowledge, that is to say, science, is indistinguishable from philosophic theory itself. With Marx, science broke into philosophy and the barrier that divided them definitively crumbled. This brings me to the last question: is it not necessary to see in the dialectic of nature a group of postulates derived from the apodictic and concrete principles of the historical dialectic? These postulates will always be less rich, less intelligible, more empirical than what results from the totalization of historical materialism. Doesn't the 1. Intelligibility of human history show that the unity of knowledge does not in any way exclude the irreducibility of the sectors, and that therefore historical materialism is sufficient whatever the progress of the natural sciences. 255. Maybe. What this prohibits in any case is the conception of a dialectical dogmatism which would pretend to condition human history in its specificity. I have kept this question for the end, because I think that it has been clarified by the preceding questions. In my opinion, the answer is no. I think that whatever the realm under consideration, the problem posed to knowledge is always the same: to understand the profound nature of the movement of things, not in terms of inert matter submitted to external laws, but in terms of deeper internal necessities, the laws reducing themselves to the properties of things in their dynamic movement. In this sense, historical materialism indeed furnishes many remarkable and concrete examples of dialectical explanation applied to a specific problem: human society. Marx applies to the history of men the same procedure as the entomologists studying societies of ants or bees: both neglect the individual fluctuations. But if it is true that this example is particularly remarkable since it deals with the unique and specific characteristics of what most concerns us, man modifying history, it is not the sole example of dialectical explanation. Nor is it true that the dialectical postulates have historically been abstracted from the analysis of the movement of history. I confess that I do not understand why the transformation of quantities into qualities is more intelligible in history than elsewhere. It seems very clear to me in physical chemistry. For my part, I do not any longer accept the idea that historical materialism constitutes an irreducible and closed system, independent of the progress of the natural sciences. It is true that the model of explanation given is valid so long as the external factors are not transformed radically. But it must be modified when new phenomena not foreseen in the model appear, the hydrogen bomb, for example. It is true, and there we rejoin Sartre, that Marxism forbids considering dialectical materialism as a partial application of a more general dialectical dogmatism. Again, it is not we who impose the dialectical explanation on the sciences, it is the sciences that define the specific dialectics applicable to the specific domains considered. Historical materialism is the scientific explanation of history. In conclusion, I would like to pose two questions to Sartre. The first question: given the very nature of dialectical explana. 256. That is to say, the explanation of the movement of a totality resting on its internal contradictions and its relations with the external world, and from the obvious fact of the real movement of things, doesn't he think that there is a correspondence, an equalization between the real objective nature of the movement of things, and the explanation that we give of this movement with the aid of dialectical models? If you wish, I could formulate this in a more philosophical language: is there a correspondence between the real dialectical movement and the dialectical explanation that we give of it, the reflection in our consciousness? It being well understood that the word reflection must not at all be interpreted in the passive sense but conceived as expressing a living dialectical correspondence. We are, moreover, all in accord to give it this meaning. All mechanical assimilation with the reflection in a mirror is excluded. The second question: does Sartre accept the idea of partial totality, of partial realms in nature, the evolution of which would be governed by specific dialectics as we have tried to define it in the theory of levels, the different realms interacting equally in specific ways in accordance with the realm considered? If he does, and under this form, can one not consider that the unlimited ensemble of these realms and of their interactions constitutes the real and living dialectic of nature, of which our necessarily partial and finite dialectic explanations reproduce only limited aspects? Rebuttal. I would like to say first of all that scientific knowledge is not, and in no case can be, a dogmatism. I am furthermore a little surprised that suddenly, at the end of the symposium, Sartre no longer trusts scientists. In reality, I do not feel any more bothered than any other scientific worker by the crisis of science. Science progresses by means of its crises in the same way as history, that is what is called progress. Crises are the essential foundation of progress. 257. The arguments I have given do not bear on this or that specific theory, they bear rather on the conclusions of that which constitutes one of the most important elements of the very practice of humanity, scientific progress. This dominant fact of the acceleration of scientific knowledge and progress disappears, in my opinion, from the expositions of Sartre and of Hippolyte. There are more scientists living today than there have been in all the past history of humanity. Consequently, the domination of man over nature, and the abrupt way in which human knowledge radiates and accelerates today, radically modify the knowledge and vision that we have of the world. I do not feel at all shut up in a dogmatism or any kind of Hegelianism. I do not at all have the ambition to devour the philosophers, but I think that the old distinctions between classical philosophy and the knowledge of the world that results from political conflict and from scientific knowledge are in the course of falling away to the advantage of the emergence of a universal science. Perhaps I have poorly formulated the matter, but I think that this is precisely what marks the break of Marxism with all the previous philosophies. For the first time a philosophy presents itself not as a dogmatism, but with the deliberate will to apprehend all the branches of human knowledge and make of them both an instrument of knowledge and an instrument for the transformation of the world. Marxism is anti-dogmatism. Here, it seems to me, is the heart of the debate. The very practice of science, its progress, the very way in which today it has passed from the static analysis of the world to the dynamic analysis of the world, is what is progressively elaborating the dialectic of nature under our eyes. When we speak of a totalization, we do not at all speak of a totalization in the older sense of philosophy or of theology. Nature is really infinite, it is really inexhaustible, there are no limits to what it is at this moment or to what it will engender in the future. The dialectic of nature is quite simply the endeavor of the philosophy of our time or, to speak like Sartre, of the most universal philosophy, of the most encyclopedic philosophy that exists, Marxism, to apprehend the world and to transform it. Pyamapgaidенko. Under Stalin, existentialism was peremptorily dismissed as a worthless and reactionary expression of bourgeois decadence and neuroticism. With the easing of the cultural atmosphere in the past decade, Soviet scholars have been permitted to interpret Western currents of thought in a more rounded and less rigid manner. Madame Gaidenko's analysis of the existentialist concept of man's freedom is symptomatic of this more objective approach. Pyama Pavlova Gaidenko, 1934, was born in the village of Nikolayenka, Donetsk region, the Ukraine. After her graduation in 1957 from the philosophy department of Moscow University, she did editorial work in the foreign literature publishing house. She specializes in the study of existentialism. She has recently written Existentialism and the Problems of Culture, Criticism of the Philosophy of Heidegger, Moscow, 1963. Her article first appeared in the Journal of the History of World Culture, 1961, number 5. One of the crucial problems of 20th-century bourgeois philosophy is the problem of the individual. There are in fact a number of philosophical schools which consider the problem pivotal, and the immense volume of literature on the subject is itself proof of the keen and widespread interest it commands. Max Scheler, prominent exponent of the so-called Kultursoziale. Existentialism and the Individual 259. GIE in German philosophy, writes, in a sense all pivotal philosophic problems may be reduced to the single one of what man is and what metaphysical place and position he occupies within the whole of being, the world and God. Martin Heidegger, founder of existentialism, phrases the same idea still more eloquently, no other epoch could have obtained that knowledge so rapidly and easily. But also no epoch has known so little about what man is as ours. In no period has man become a problem to the extent he is now. The situation which has developed in the bourgeois world may, without exaggeration, be termed a crisis of the individual, a spiritual and cultural crisis in general. The popularity which existentialism has steadily been gaining is due to the very fact that it poses the problem with extraordinary poignancy, without glossing over the crisis of bourgeois man and bourgeois culture. No other trend in modern Western philosophy makes it so apparent that the very existence of the individual becomes impossible in a society which today crushes the culture it once created. No other trend poses the conflict between the individual and society more lucidly and incisively. The problem of one, the man-man, a term which we will discuss at more length later, so basic to existentialism, is neither more nor less than the problem of the individual-society relationship. Hence we see that existentialism comes far closer to touching upon the actual situation than does conformist liberalism, which tries to bypass the problem all along the line, substituting phrases about man's conscious control over himself or about national and international entities that allegedly make it possible for him to be the master of his own fate. Liberalism hopes to reconstitute human relationships and avoid the crisis of the individual by increasing state grants to the populace, by strengthening controls over the quality of goods produced, and finally by electing more democratic governments. Liberalism cannot and will not see that the crisis of the individual stems not from isolated defects in bourgeois society but from the nature of the society itself. In contrast to the shallow optimism of conformism, existentialism shows that the modern exponent of bourgeois spiritual culture no longer believes in progress, in humanism, in the salutary role of science or education, in bourgeois democracy, or the ideal of a human society built on reason in whose name bourgeois revolutions were once made. On the contrary, the existentialists attack the concepts of humanism and democracy, Heidegger, belief in science and education, Karl Jaspers, and finally the concept of reason, which was the message of the bourgeois philosophy of the Enlightenment. All this accounts for the popularity of existentialism which, in the words of the West German philosopher Franz J. Brecht, has become the philosophic fashion of the age. As a philosophic trend, existentialism had its beginnings in many in the 20s. Heidegger's Senuendizeit appeared in 1927 and Jasper's three-volume Philosophiae in 1932. Existence et Objectivität, an essay by Gabriel Marcel, appeared in France in 1925 in the Revue de Métaphysique et de Morale. That was a period when the cultural crisis in Germany played havoc with all values and called for their radical reinterpretation, while in a France corroded by cultural skepticism there was acute need for a new world outlook. Characteristically, existentialism took shape at a time when Europe had been shaken not only by the First World War but by the emergence of Soviet Russia. The pessimistic religious thinker Søren Kierkegaard, whose basic ideas the existentialists borrowed, became the leading light of Western thought of the period. Rescued from obscurity, Kierkegaard's works were now translated from the Danish into all the major European languages, running into many editions. Existentialism in its early phases was therefore regarded as a Kierkegaardian renaissance. What lay behind that intense revival? Kierkegaard's religious teachings, born in the middle of the 19th century, had been a reaction against German idealism, mainly against Hegel, in whose philosophy absorption of the particular by the universal reached its apogee. Kierkegaard came out against this despotism by the universal and in defense of the individual who was allowed no place at all in the Hegelian system but was regarded merely as a moment in the development of an absolute spirit. According to Hegel, historical development proceeds independently of the individual's actions, the inevitability of that development paves the way through all accidents and the individual is only a medium for realization of absolute necessity. The individual is free only if, having recognized and accepted necessity the mind of history he acts in accordance with and not contrary to it. The universal becomes the end, the individual only the means. No one ever came out as strongly against particularism as did Hegel, who termed it the formalism of hollow subjectivity. The philosophic problem which Kierkegaard raises is indeed a major one, for it is the problem of the relation between freedom and necessity. In the final analysis, Hegel had solved it in the spirit of the Enlightenment: freedom is recognition of necessity. The means of attaining freedom is cognition, reason. Only cognition is capable of converting man from being enslaved by alien and incomprehensible necessity into its master. The free spirit or the spirit as such is reason, Hegel writes. It is only through the act of true philosophic cognition, wherein subject and object coincide, that man functions freely. This idea that knowledge is freedom runs throughout the Enlightenment. Man frees himself of the bondage of necessity, and in order to do so it is sufficient for him to learn that this necessity is the necessity of his own reason, i.e., to cancel out the counterposition of subject and object. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels criticized this Hegelian solution. They pointed out that mere recognition of necessity is not yet emancipation. It is not enough to recognize reality, reality must also be changed, and the change must come not from isolated individuals but from the masses. Criticizing the Stirnerian interpretation of freedom in their German ideology, Marx and Engels pointed out that had Stimmer approached the problem of liberation with the intention of freeing himself of actual chains, it would have quickly become apparent that such liberation must presuppose changes involving not only himself but others as well, and that this in turn would work certain changes in the state of the world, which again would involve himself as well as others. The Hegelian freedom attained via cognition is not yet true freedom, and the cancelling out of alienation in the mind is not yet the reality. All this can only be attained by action. Kierkegaard attacks the Hegelian solution of the problem of freedom versus necessity from an entirely different position. Hegel says, freedom can be attained only through reason. Kierkegaard answers, freedom can be attained only in spite of reason. Not only is reason useless as a means for attaining freedom, it is the medium of a necessity which makes freedom impossible. Reason is the killer of human freedom, the killer of the individual. Reason creates the realm of the universal, of necessity, in which there can be no choices between possibilities, and in this realm the human personality is therefore sacrificed. Protests against solutions of the problem of man's freedom in the spirit of the Enlightenment may be found elsewhere than in Kierkegaard's rebellion against Hegel. In the 20th century the idea that cognition is not liberation transcends the bounds of philosophy and invades creative writing. Since it had come particularly alive in many of Dostoevsky's works, Dostoevsky came to be regarded in the West as one of the precursors of existentialism. In 1862 he had written the following passage, "Suppose indeed that a formula is some day found to explain our impulses and desires, tell us on what they depend, by what laws they are governed and how they grow. In short, a real mathematical formula. Man will then probably cease to desire anything. Yes, undoubtedly that's how it will be. Because who wants to desire according to blueprint? Man will immediately turn into a cog in a barrel organ, for what is man without desires, without will and without yearnings, if not a cog in a barrel organ? And again, suppose I for one find myself all explained away one of these days, suppose it is proved that when I thumb my nose at someone I do it only because I am bound to do so. What will remain of me that is free? Only faith, according to Kierkegaard, can rescue the individual from this vast realm of necessity where he is being converted into a mechanism, a cog in a huge machine. In faith it is man's will, not knowledge, that manifests itself, becoming the very foundation of individual existence. Point 1 Faith in God is always, according to Kierkegaard, belief in miracles, in those possibilities which reason destroys. When man sees no way out, when reason tells him his end is inevitable, only faith saves him from despair. Just imagine, he writes, that a person has conjured something out of the intensity of his terror. Stricken fantasy that is horrible beyond bearing, then suddenly this horrible vision rises in his path, becomes his reality. According to all human reason his end is inevitable. But for God nothing is impossible. Herein lies the whole struggle of faith, the frantic bid for what may be possible. For chance alone leads to salvation. Karl Marx believes that to liberate man it is necessary, and the basis of reason and science, to alter whatever reality leaves no scope for in the development of the human personality. But according to Kierkegaard the solution lies in annihilating reason, in substituting for it man's active will, which he equates with an act of faith. This being the interpretation, necessity that is real and exists objectively is tacitly equated with recognition of necessity, seen in the form of science. In following Kierkegaard, the existentialists consider the problem of the individual, hence also the problem of freedom versus necessity, as the basis of their philosophy. Let us now see to what extent they borrow Kierkegaard's ideas. The subject of Heidegger's Senuendizeit is man, designated as Dasein, or being consciousness, in contrast to Vorhandensein, the being presence or thing being. According to Heidegger, man must become the point of departure for the philosophy of existentialism. Only starting from that point can we approach the problem of the meaning of being, which is the main problem of all philosophy. What then is the difference between Heidegger's interpretation and that of Descartes, who also posits the subjective principle cogito ergo sum, or the interpretations given by Kant, Fichte, and finally Feuerbach? The need itself to start with man in constructing a system of philosophy is certainly not new and is characteristic of European philosophy in general. But the fact is, says Heidegger, that until now no philosophers, not even those seeking to make man their point of departure, ever came close to the idea of existentialist ontology. For to them man as such was not existence but a kind of entity, and in that sense the human personality was identified with the thing. The aim of existentialism, as he understands it, is to perceive man as existence and to posit this interpretation of philosophy's point of departure. What do the existentialists mean when they say that all previous philosophies have seen man as an entity, a thing? Such an approach presupposes a certain method of thinking, a certain orientation in regard to the external world. According to Jaspers, it is the method characteristic of the scientific approach. As Jaspers therefore points out correctly enough, the scientific approach consists of looking at an object objectively, as it exists of itself, abstracted from the function it may exercise with respect to man. When considering an object scientifically, man must become detached from himself, and the better he succeeds in this the less he identifies with the object under study, the closer he comes to the truth. The scientist's thinking is thought separated from the thinker. Man here becomes a moment in time, the means through which the objective truth is revealed unto itself. It is to this role of a means to an end that man's role in science is confined, Jaspers claims. The Hegelian system in which cognition is represented as self-cognition of the absolute spirit is, in his opinion, the most consistent expression of the idea of scientific, i.e., objective cognition. Such an approach inevitably implies the thinker's relationship to the object of his thinking as to something opposite. It implies that self-same subject-object relationship which in traditional philosophy is considered basic to all thinking. Hence even when man is merely considering himself, he of necessity dualizes into subject and object, since exploratory thinking cannot function otherwise than objectively. But what does Jaspers consider the object of thought? The object is always a thing, something opposite to man, external and alien to him. Since man in the process of thinking becomes an object unto himself, he thinks of himself in terms of a thing. The nature of thought, making it impossible to conceive of an object other than in terms of the subject-object relationship, is what converts the entire external world into things. It is what makes thought a thing, an entity, says Jaspers. According to Heidegger, the traditional metaphysical concept of man as an entity consisting of physical, animal, and spiritual elements, a concept dating back to Aristotle, is basically false. This concept, he tells us, culminates in Spinoza, who unsuspectingly gives it its proper name when he terms it residential cogitans, a thinking thing. The same metaphysical principle is basic to the definition of man as a rational animal. Here, too, man is from the very first seen as an entity by analogy with other objects in the external world. The first humanism, namely that of Rome, in common with all other humanisms which came after it until the present, takes the universal entity of man for granted. Heidegger writes, "Man is the animal rationale, a rational animal." Such an interpretation of man as a thing among other things must now give way to the existentialist concept of man. It is easy to see the connection between Jaspers' proposition that scientific thinking is anti-existential, in other words impersonal in principle, 2. And Kierkegaard's criticism of Hegel. It is Jasper's thesis that the personality can be safeguarded only in spite of science, in spite of scientific thinking which is by nature impersonal. Kierkegaard's thesis is that individual freedom may be attained only in spite of reason, either individuality or science, either free dom or reason. Such is the dilemma as posed by existentialism. Such a clear-cut interpretation of the problem enables us to see that both Kierkegaard and Jaspers base their reasoning on the following premise: the obstacle to the development of the human personality, the obstacle to human freedom is not without, but within man. The necessity which prevails is the necessity of man's own reason, his own thinking. It is not in social relationships that one should look for the causes impeding the development of man's intrinsic forces, Marx, but in the workings of human reason which shackle man by creating science. That is why, according to the existentialists, liberation of the individual is to be attained not through reorganizing those relations among people which have enslaved the individual and converted him into a thing, into a commodity alongside other commodities, Marx, but by coming to understand that reason and science, instead of liberating man from blind necessity, actually foster necessity. It is precisely this kind of reasoning that Marx had in mind when he wrote, since, according to the young Hegelian's own fantasy, people's relationships, their actions and behavior, their handicaps and limitations, are all products of consciousness, the Hegelians are consistent when they make the moral demand that people substitute for their current consciousness a humane critical or egotistic consciousness, and thus eliminate whatever now constrains them. This demand for changing man's consciousness reduces itself to a demand for interpreting existence in a different way, which means recognizing it by giving it a different interpretation. And indeed, in order to liberate himself, man must, in the opinion of the existentialists, see himself differently than he has done until now. His new consciousness will then reveal to him the true way of being. This differentiation between the two modes of being, the true and the non-true, the real and the non-real, is one of the pivotal concepts of existentialism. Different from each other as are the systems evolved by Heidegger, Jaspers, and Jean-Paul Sartre, they all pose the problem the same way. Let us see how Heidegger handles it in Senuendizeit. If man's interests and activity are directed outside himself, toward the objects and processes of the external world, he will exist steeped in the thing world, says Heidegger, and it becomes immaterial whether his relationship to the world is theoretical or practical. At first the outward orientation is manifest merely as something practical and the object as something convenient. Only when man's manipulations of things and his utilitarian attitude toward them has been replaced by contemplative orientation does the existence of things begin to be seen beyond their mere convenience, and a theoretical attitude toward objects is evolved. Point 3. Philosophy, according to Heidegger, has never known any other mode for man's existence than immersion in the thing world, just as it has known no other attitude toward objects than the subject-object relationship. He further believes that existentialism has discovered an entirely new way for man to be, a way that is neither theoretical nor practical, and that this is the true mode of existentia, or being. This true orientation consists of existence turning in on itself, turning toward its own potential. It is not orientation toward externals but orientation toward self that constitutes actual ity in existence. Such is the point of departure for existentialist philosophy. Only ability to differentiate between true and non-true being makes it possible for man to understand what existence actually is. This difference represents the completely new principle which distinguishes existentialism from all other anthropological philosophies. But is this principle really so new? Had it not been set forth long before existentialism was born? The answer sheds light on the basic tenets of all existentialist philosophy. The principle of differentiating between man's true and non-true being, along with all the many germane problems touched upon by Heidegger and Jaspers, is part of the Christian philosophy and was in fact Kierkegaard's thesis, stated in almost the same terms as those used by Heidegger. Man's non-true mode of existence, his absorption in the thing world, is what Heidegger calls the existence of one, or man for that impersonal and faceless someone who determines commonplace existence with all its typical habits, concepts, opinions, and values. To understand what is meant here, let us again turn to Jaspers' writing on the essence of science. Jaspers points out that impersonality is a feature of the scientific approach. But science is not after all the only sphere in which man's activity is divorced from himself, the entire realm of political life, the legal relations in practical approach was Henry Bergson. His concept furnishes an example in favor of the fact that recognition of practice as an element logically antecedent to theory does not by any means lead to the materialist concept of man and the materialist theory of cognition. For man, the subject in impersonal sentences in German, equivalent to the English word one or they and the French on, is one of the main categories in the existentialist philosophy of Heidegger and Jaspers. Which man acts according to set standards and prescribed rules of conduct are all part of that colorless commonplace existence where the personality becomes obliterated. We enjoy ourselves as they enjoy themselves, w.i.e. man-geniist, we read, observe, judge literature and art as they observe and judge. They, which is indefinite and at the same time all, prescribe the commonplace patterns of daily living. 5. In this sphere of the commonplace, man is not an individual but rather a thing, not the subject of activity but rather the subject of the activity of something outside himself and alien to him, of that one which is the subject of activity. Man does not act but is acted upon, he becomes a means, a moment in the activity of something universal. Within the sphere of the commonplace every individual becomes commonplace, average. The commonplace is constantly on the qui-vive for every outstanding exception, and quietly cuts it down. Everything basic is steamrollered as something long familiar. Everything attained in struggle becomes merely a convenience. Every mystery loses its mysterious quality. 6. What we actually have here is a picture of human relations in bourgeois society, a picture which Marx outlined a century ago. It was Marx who first pointed out that in capitalist society man becomes a thing and relationships between people are determined by those among things. The relations connecting the labor of one individual with that of the rest appear not as direct social relations between individuals at work, as what they really are, but material relations between persons and social relations between things. 7. This is the crux of Marxian criticism of capitalist society. Marx rebelled against capitalism chiefly because capitalism crushed the personality and converted it into a thing. Yet Marx showed that the cause of this could be eliminated, and indicated the means to attain this end. The conversion of the individual relation into its opposite, the pure thing relationship, is a historical process and at different stages of development takes on different, more and more pronounced and universal forms. In the present era, domination of thing relationships over individuals, suppression of individuality by accident, has assumed the sharpest, st universal forms possible and has thus confronted modern man with a well-defined task. The task is this: instead of permitting relationships and accident to dominate over individuals, to establish domination by the individuals over accident and relationships. This task, dictated by contemporary relationships, coincides with the task of organizing society on a communist basis. 8. In contrast to Marx, the existentialists believe that the alienated, or non-true, to use their language, mode of being is rooted in the very nature of man. Man recedes into the world of the commonplace in order to escape from himself. But, according to the existentialists, what is it that makes man turn away from his true being and plunge into the world of external commonplaces? What causes him to regard the world of things and not himself as the end unto itself? True existence, the existentialists claim, is all but unbearable. In the world of commonplaces the individual lives as one lives, we man lebt, responsibility for his actions lies not with himself, but with one, i.e., with them. For while living in such an environment, man the individual is not free in his actions, but obeys certain laws, precepts, dicta of public opinion, etc. When on the other hand he leaves the world of the commonplace, he is guided by nothing external either in his actions or decisions, he must make his own choices, decide for himself, be guided by his inner eye, his conscience, so that full responsibility for his actions devolves on himself. Being free, he becomes responsible for everything he has done, he is guilty of every wrong he has committed. He acts as an individual, a person, the subject of his own actions. But to be free, to be a person, is far more difficult than to withdraw into a humdrum world where there is no need for the individual to make his own decisions, to be responsible to himself. The individual cannot bear his own freedom, cannot bear responsibility, and therefore tries to avoid it by escaping into the day-by-day commonplaces. The whole question is thus shifted onto a purely moral plane, the world of thing relationships between people, in which the individual must of necessity live within bourgeois society, proves to be a timeless mode of existence. Man tries to immerse himself in the sphere of the humdrum unless he has the courage and the determination to suffer his freedom. Therefore it is not reorganization of the social relationships themselves, not changes in the mode of production, but alterations in man's consciousness that will restore him to true human existence and will again convert him this thing he now is into an individual. How may the individual extricate himself from the sphere of the commonplace and turn toward himself? The only remedy, according to existentialism, is to dare fearlessly to face death, that final limit which ends all existence. This view of death as a means of the transition from non-true to true being has been borrowed from Christian ethics. Not only such Christian existentialists as Jaspers and Marcel, but also those who, like Heidegger and Sartre, consider themselves atheists, espouse the thesis of being oriented toward death, ein zum Tode. That existentialist proposition is generally regarded in our literature as proof of its pessimistic character, of its being a philosophy of despair, of the hopelessness and senselessness of human existence. Yet the thesis of death can also be treated on a different plane. It is basic to the existentialist concept of personality, diametrically opposed to the ideal created during the Enlightenment. The problem of death and its significance predominates in Christianity. Christian ethics places the problem of death at the very center of its teachings on the individual, and that distinguishes Christian ethics from all ethical trends of ancient Greece. All ancient philosophies unanimously tend to counter man's fear of death by reason, to prove that the fear springs from his own ignorance, his lack of true knowledge. Varied as the arguments of the Greek philosophers are, their goal is always the same, to prove the unsoundness of man's fear of death. For Socrates, as interpreted by Plato in the Apology, death is transition either to nothingness, so that the dead have no consciousness of anything, or a change and migration of the soul to another place. Neither justifies man's fear of death. Plato holds that the idea of life itself proves the meaninglessness of death and the unsoundness of man's fear of it. To deliver man from this fear, the Stoics point to its universality and naturalness. All things in the world have an end, and this is so natural that there is nothing to fear. Those who have learned the Stoic maxim life according to nature need not fear death, for death is like the fall of a ripe fruit from a tree. 9. The Epicurean philosophy is the most clear-cut of all in this respect. Epicurus too seeks to deliver man from the fear of death, which he sees as the main obstacle to human happiness, to serenity. Epicurus reasons that death does not really exist for man, therefore there is no reason to fear it. Become accustomed to the belief that death is nothing to us. So long as we exist, death is not with us, but when it comes, then we do not exist. It does not then concern either the living or the dead. 10. As soon as it comes into being, Christianity sets forth a concept of death diametrically opposite to the views of the ancient Greeks. The Greeks placed such a high valuation on human reason, they felt it was possible to overcome even man's fear of death via reason. With the aid of reason they tore the veil of mystery from death, and death ceased to be fearsome, but Christianity made of it a mystery that defied reason. From the outset Christianity condemned the rationalistic tenor of Greek thought. Overcoming man's fear of death via reason was and is, according to Christianity, sheer delusion, and this delusion, as Augustine and later Kierkegaard insisted, far from elevating man actually conceals from him his true destination and his true I. With Augustine, just as if the existentialists, fear of death becomes inherently human and symbolic, leading in the final analysis to the understanding that true being is being in God or, according to Heidegger, that which enables man to turn toward himself and listen to being. Kierkegaard, following Augustine, holds that Greek philosophers were only able to set themselves the problem of overcoming man's fear of death via reason because they failed to understand the innermost workings of the human personality. In this connection it is worth turning to one of the most popular works by Kierkegaard, The Sickness unto Death, in which he attempts to show the basic difference between the ancien and the modern worldviews. He analyzes the philosophy of Socrates, whom he considers the first moralist because the knowledge which Socrates sought was, to him, not an end in itself but a means without which it was impossible to live a good life. According to Socrates, he who does wrong is simply ignorant, it is sufficient for a man to know the truth, he will then act accordingly and become good. Good is knowledge, evil is ignorance. This concept of good and evil is, according to Kierkegaard, typically Greek. What determinant is it then that Socrates lacks in determinant_g what sin is? He asks. It is will, defiant will. Greek intellectualism was too happy, too naive, too aesthetic, too ironical, too witty. Too sinful to be able to get it into its head that a person knowingly could fail to do what was good, or knowingly, with knowledge of what was right, do what was wrong. The Greek spirit proposes an intellectual categorical imperative. 1 It is not difficult, he says, to establish the connection between the doctrines of overcoming the fear of death and the Socratic proposition that virtue can be learned. Basic to both is a rationalistic interpretation of ma'en, the most important aspect of man, and all Greek philosophers from Socrates to Epicurus concur on that point is his reason. Only the Christian consciousness, according to Kierkegaard, came to realize that virtue is determined by man's will, not by his reason. Sin does not consist in the fact that man has not understood what is right, but in the fact that he will not understand it, and in the fact that he will not do it. 12 Will, not reason, as was assumed by the ancient Greeks, is what distinguishes man from the animal. Kierkegaard claims. 13 The basis for the human will is the distinction between good and evil. Man is free inasmuch as he knows good and evil, or, to put it differently, inasmuch as he is able to choose between them. Thus existentialism bases the personality in will. The recipe which Socrates offers to make man virtuous, as well as the recipe which Epicurus offers to deliver man from the fear of death, are valid only for the ancient Greeks, not for moderns, declares Heidegger, echoing Kierkegaard. The ancient Greeks and modern man are both afraid of death, but in different ways. The Greek fears possible agonies in afterlife, and to reassure him, Epicurus argues that death is the destruction of the individual, non-existence. What the Chris. 13. Here it is clear that the criticism of Greek philosophy by Kierkegaard has the same basis as his criticism of Hegelian philosophy. Tien is afraid of is this very destruction of his I, his personality. He is afraid of non-existence, says Kierkegaard, and if this aspect of the problem did not exist for the ancient Greek, it was precisely because he was not an individual. Kierkegaard feels that man actually comes into his own as an individual only with Christianity. Greek antiquity did not recognize the individual, and therefore it could not understand the significance of death as the destruction of the personality. When ancient Greek culture was taking shape, the personality, the individual, was comprehended differently from when the Christian religion took root. The very existence of the Greek polis, where every free citizen was conscious of his connection with the whole, of the society in which he lived, conceptualized the personality as an element of the integral gens. The individual was seen as belonging to a certain social entity, and it was unthinkable for him to be outside it, and this is reflected in the actual society-individual relationships of the time. Such a concept of the individual may lead to optimistic ethics which Kierkegaard calls heathenish. To the Greek philosophers it furnished the groundwork for their doctrine of death being something unimportant, since for humankind as a whole the death of an individual was a necessary moment in its continuity. Christianity came into being after the ancient polis had been destroyed, and when man was no longer cognizant of himself as part of the social whole, Christianity spread through the Roman Empire, where man had been cut off from that social whole to which he once belonged. Therefore in Christianity the personality is no longer intrinsically connected with society and sees itself as solitary in an alien world. The real individual-society nexus has since been replaced with an illusory communion with God, but this communion is to be realized only in the next world, while in the world of reality the individual remains alone. Thus we see two cardinally different concepts of the human personality. The ancient Greek concept, an optimistic worldview finding expression also in German classical idealism, was revived during the Enlightenment, in Hegel, who interprets the individual as a moment in the development of the whole. The attitude toward death is essentially Platonic. Existentialism as expounded by Kierkegaard rebels against the ethics of ancient Greece with its humanistic concept of the personality. Heidegger has a similar attitude toward German classical idealism. Both recreate Christian ethics much as it was with Augustine. This is no accident. Existentialism developed when the individual in the capitalist world had not only been uprooted and cut off from the social whole but was also aware of himself as something alien to this whole and even inimical to it. Marx was the first to show that man in capitalist society was alienated, divorced from society and in opposition to it. The cause of this, according to Marx, lies in that capitalist production relationships lead to labor, the very basis of human society and the human personality, being converted into alienated labor. Man's alienated labor, by alienating him from nature, from himself, from his own active functioning, his vital activity, thereby also alienates him from the gens. It perverts the life of the gens into a mere means for maintaining the life of the individual. First of all it alienates the life of the gens from the life of the individual, and secondly it makes the life of the individual, taken in its abstract form, the aim of the life of the gens, again in an abstract and alienated form. While criticizing capitalist society, Marx points out that there is a way out of this situation in which the very existence of man as an individual becomes impossible, for he is converted by capitalist relationships into a thing, a commodity alongside other commodities. Existentialism likewise reflects the position of the individual in capitalist society, but it cannot and will not see any real way out of this situation and substitutes an illusory escape, just as Christianity does. Furthermore, it is precisely man brought up in capitalist society, man divorced from the social whole and counterposed to it, whom existentialism considers the true individual, declaring that neither Greek antiquity nor Europe during the Enlightenment understood or knew the individual as a human personality. Espousing the Christian theology of Kierkegaard, Heidegger, and Jaspers claim that NLY when facing death does man turn toward himself, toward his existentia and away from the world of things, away from the commonplace. Exactly as in the Christian religion, true existence in existentialism is existence in the face of death. In other words, man's true being, which Heidegger regarded as his own discovery and wants to serve as the point of departure for solving the central problem of his philosophy, the mean being, is nothing more than the Christian concept of the true life of the individual, that life in which he communes with God, in contrast to his false life in the sinful world. Memento mori is a reminder of God in Christian religion, in Heidegger it is a reminder of existentia. Thus, we have two diametrically opposite concepts of the individual, on the one hand the ideal of the individual as conceived in the ancient Greek world and reflecting the real position of the personality, incorporated in the social whole, the ideal embraced by the philosophy of the Enlightenment, and on the other, the concept of personality as isolated from society and counterposed to it. The classical example of the interpretation of the personality during the Enlightenment is Spinoza's Ethics, whose every proposition is directly opposite to its existentialist counterpart. Jaspers and Heidegger claim that man can never be free in a society which plunges him into the impersonal sphere of the commonplace, and that freedom can only be attained in solitude, when man acts from his own inner impulses and is responsible for his actions. Spinoza postulates something directly opposite. A man who is guided by reason is more free in a state where he lives according to common law than in solitude where he is subject to no law, Spinoza writes. Genuine freedom is freedom in the face of death, the existentialists say, for it is only then that man is completely alone. Therefore thoughts of death led toward true being, toward freedom. A free man thinks of nothing less than of death, Spinoza writes, but his wisdom is a meditation of life. 14. Existentialism brings into the open the question of the crisis of bourgeois culture, inasmuch as it shows the incompatibility of existing social relationships with the freedom of the human personality, but it suggests the individual's awareness of hopelessness as the way out of the situation. In this respect Albert Camus' The Myth of Sisyphus 15 is characteristic. Sisyphus, who incurred the wrath of the gods, was as we know condemned to roll to the top of a hill a huge stone which rolled down again as soon as he approached the summit. Thus he went on forever, unable to attain his aim. There is no more dreadful punishment than futile and hopeless labor, Camus writes, making Sisyphus fully aware of this hopelessness. Where would his torture be, indeed, if at every step the hope of succeeding upheld him? 16. It is no accident that Camus chooses Sisyphus as his hero. His futile labors are meant to symbolize human life in general. Every human life is as terrible in its futility as Sisyphus' labors. All the ideals of the Enlightenment that spiritually nourished the rising bourgeoisie and gave meaning to its activity, the ideals of democracy, humanism, freedom, equality and fraternity, have all proved illusions. These old idols have been swept away by the realities of present-day capitalist society, and no new idols have appeared in their stead. The world has been made senseless, says Camus, the follower of Heidegger. Human existence has been made senseless. But the very senselessness of this existence must endow it with new meaning, and this is the pathos of Camus' book. Sisyphus achieves happiness in a vigorous assertion of the hopelessness of his efforts, which he fully understands. He knows the whole extent of his wretched condition, it is what he thinks of during his descent. The lucidity that was to constitute his torture at the same time crowns his victory. There is no fate that cannot be surmounted by scorn. 17. With utmost lucidity Camus outlines the real meaning of the basic proposition of existentialist ethics: man is free only in the face of death. But death is the destruction of all meaning, the negation of everything man lives by. Death shows us the absurdity, the senselessness of our existence. Freedom in the face of death, happiness in the awareness of senselessness, are two aspects of the same thesis. Yet such a solution to the problem of the human personality fails to satisfy even those bourgeois philosophers who espouse existentialism. Therefore some of them, veterans of the movement incidentally, now seek a solution on a different plane. No matter what the results of that search will be, the search itself is evidence of the unsoundness of the basic propositions on which the philosophic edifice of existentialism has been erected. The Polish philosopher Leszek Kolakowski, 1927-, is the most brilliant and vocal representative of the attempt to combine existentialism and Marxism in Eastern Europe. A precocious student, an impressive scholar and acute theorist, he heads the section of the history of modern philosophy at Warsaw University and edits the monthly journal of the Philosophical and Sociological Institute of the Polish Academy of Sciences. Kolakowski cast off his earlier ideological conformism in the ferment after 1955 and advocated an ethical individualism, which strongly appealed to the insurgent Polish youth. 11 of his heterodox essays written from 1956 to 1959 have been published as The Individual Without Either Or, On the Possibility and Impossibility of Being a Marxist, G. Ehrman translation, Munich, 1960. The title alludes to the problem of how to remain a Marxist without yielding to either Stalinism or bourgeois reaction. Kolakowski distinguishes between institutional Marxism as a set of official dogmas not to be questioned until political authorities change them, and intellectual Marxism as an attitude and method that is resolutely revisionist, that is, susceptible of modification in the light of new discoveries and developments. He regards epistemology and ethics as the underdeveloped areas of Marxist theory. Has been his most ambitious effort to overcome what he considers to be the ethical deficiencies of communist thought. It aroused intense excitement in Poland and elsewhere when it appeared in 4 installments, beginning with the September 1, 1957, issue of the Warsaw Weekly Nowa Kultura. 2 of these are given here in condensed versions. Kolakowski openly acknowledges his debt. 280. To Sartre, and numerous existentialist themes: anguish, absurdity, authenticity, risk, commitment, the permanent possibility of tragedy are to be found in his essays. The conspiracy of aesthetes. You say, says the intellectual to his opponent, the revolutionary, that at a certain historical moment the specific interest of the working class becomes completely identified with the interests of all of mankind, and not only preserves all human values but is the only force capable of saving them. But what proofs do you have for this assertion, apart from a vague historico-philosophic speculation? What right do I have, in the name of that speculative dialectic of the future, to renounce at present the highest values of human existence? And experience so far does not confirm your optimism. On the contrary, it shows that this specific interest, as you understand it, is often realized contrary to all human values. And here are examples. The first, the second, the thousandth. If you represent a certain historical reality, on what basis do you ask me to affirm it morally? Just because it is a reality? I will not support any form of historical existence solely because somebody persuades me that it is unavoidable, even if I believed in its unavoidability, for which at present there is no evidence. If crime is the law of history, is the realization of this law reason for me to become a criminal? Why should that be so? You do not let me measure your moves with a measuring rod of absolute values because, in your opinion, such values either do not exist at all or are purely imagined. But on the other hand, you yourselves talk about all human values which must be absolute. Thus, silently, you intro. 281. Duce into your doctrine axiomatic absolutism in a vague and equivocal way in order to destroy it immediately with equally equivocal historical relativism. With this package you come to me demanding that I should immediately renounce all the highest creations of human culture because your doctrine promises to return them to me intact after an indefinite period of time. Therefore, you demand for your own historical philosophy and your own history unlimited moral credit, although at every step they both unmask their insolvency. You, who rashly agree to give up everything to the Moloch of current reality in the unjustified hope of having it returned, you do not voice a philosophy of responsibility. He who really wants to be responsible for the treasures which human history has discovered and produced will defend them at all costs, also at the cost of separating himself from the chaos of current struggle if they can be preserved only outside the battlefield. But it is noteworthy, the revolutionary remarks at this point, that you know how to save these eternal values only together with your own person. It is also strange that, doubting my historical ground, you do not notice at all the direction at which the other side of history is aiming, of whose existence there is no doubt. Pyres of books are on fire there. What did you do to save them? Do you think it will be enough if you yourself learn them by heart? There, intestines are torn from bellies and faces are trampled by heavy boots. What did you do to prevent this? Perhaps you think that you will achieve something with your sermons about universal love, preached to fully armed soldiers. That you will extinguish fire by repeating the 10 Commandments. The intellectual answers. Pyres are burning on both sides of Mount Sinai. Do you want me to count them to compute your moral superiority? It would be a miserable victory. You constantly tell me that the threat to human freedom is so huge that, in order to overcome it, it is worthwhile to give up freedom. You constantly repeat to me the slogan of Saint Just, there is no freedom for the enemies of freedom. To a certain extent, I am ready to agree. But I must know who determines the division of men into enemies of freedom and defenders. 282. Of it? Always somebody who considers himself in one of the camps, i.e., somebody who in a trial is simultaneously a litigant, judge, prosecutor, and in addition a policeman, all in one person. My engagement, to which I am constantly forced, must therefore be based on absolute confidence in that man, in his present and his future intentions. That is, I should have a total confidence in him which I can hardly have in myself. On what basis could I afford an act of that total confidence toward men who in a conflict in which they are among the litigants always want to be the judges, that is, to deny the eternal and most elementary principle of justice, and who never agree that the controversy between them and their enemies should be resolved by anybody but themselves? And nevertheless a judge, if he is to pronounce one of the sides right, in accordance with justice, must be impartial before he comes to court, that is, he fulfills his functions properly only when he uses the same measuring rod of abstract justice on the arguments of each of the participants in the controversy. However, you refuse me this right, maintaining that I must first be on your side in order to judge justly, that is, that I have a right to be judge only when at the same time I am a participant in the trial. It is true that you have a separate theory to justify this abhorrent rule, namely, the theory of the non-existence of a third force in a society torn by class antagonisms, i.e., a theory according to which the office of the judge in the interpretation of modern legislation is entirely impossible. You consider your theory to be obvious and you ask me to recognize it, and you add that by the very fact of rejecting this theory, by the very wish to take the position of judge in the controversy, I automatically place myself in the camp of your opponents. In other words, if I recognize the possibility of the existence of a third force, I am immediately classified by you as an antagonist and as such morally deprived of the right to judge your arguments, because then I am a participant in the trial. I can avoid this only when I recognize the theory of the non-existence of a third force and accept your point of view. I have a right to judge and understand you only when I am one of you. Don't you see that in this way you foresee the same arguments that were used by Søren Kierkegaard in defense of Christianity, saying that in order to understand Christianity it is first necessary to ac. 283. Septit? You say the same thing, in order to understand you it is first necessary to accept your arguments. You must see that this is a demand that is unacceptable to any rationalist in the world, because rationalism, among other things, consists of refraining from choice until the arguments have been weighed. Your postulate, on the other hand, requires me to accept your arguments before granting me the right to investigate them, and it is, therefore, a manifestation of total irrationalism, against which I am warned by the whole experience of European culture. I do not deny that with such methods of action you may win many followers, but realize that you can never win them by intellectual means. Your position is completely opaque, it is impenetrable to rational thought because it rejects a priori any criticism as an act which, by the nature of things, is hostile to you and is of necessity consciously or unconcisely made from the position of the opposite camp. Your theory of the non-existence of the third force is therefore basically irrational and unacceptable to sensible beings. And if you say that I protect the unchanging values of culture, ridiculed by you, together with my own person, and if for this reason you want to unmask me before my audience as an aesthete in love with himself, my answer is, I have no intention of becoming a scoundrel solely in order to demonstrate that I do not care whether I am thought of as a decent man. In turn, the revolutionary answers, your defense is your indictment. I do not defend myself, interrupts the intellectual. Why does the world, for you, invariably consist of prosecute ones and accused? I did not invent that world, the revolutionary continues. One should be able to face its horrors and not lament over them. You accuse us, revolutionaries, of dividing reality into two sides and demanding engagement on one and only one side. This is as senseless as accusing meteorologists of causing hail and windstorms. The whole history of mankind is proof of our arguments. The second proof is the de facto effectiveness of our social action conduct on the basis of such an interpretation of conditions. History proves everything that is previously put into it by the historian, replies the intellectual. You analyze hist_ori, approach. 284. Ing it with a ready-made scheme, and at the end of the study you announce triumphantly that the same scheme emerged from your analysis, forgetting to add that you yourselves put it there first. And the practical effectiveness of this interpretation of the world has not been proved. How far this or that movement is really historically effective can be evaluated only when its era has passed, only ex post. Maintaining that you, for the first time in history, are free from limitations which are imposed on man's perspective by his era, you fall victim to the same mystification which you rightly notice about your predecessors. The revolutionary laughs mockingly, in quamentura mensis fuoritis, remitiatur vobis. 1 You're trying to say that we boast of our own alleged freedom from historical limitations while you yourself are really free from them. After all, it is you who maintains that you control the world of eternal values, transcending history, and free from its pressure. We, on the other hand, have a clear realization of the relativity of values. What is more, we are the only ones really to possess the skill of historical thinking which permits us also to watch the present in its constant passage. I know, answers the intellectual, that you voice the general principle of historicity, but I do not notice that you practice it. I would not accuse you of this and of inconsistency in general if you accepted my assumption as an alternative possibility, the recognition of values which under no circumstances can be erased and the negation of which is an evil in any situation. But you act differently. Your relativity is masked by appearances of fictitious immutability. You have values which essentially change every day and which are pronounced every day as final. This is the worst form of relativity because it buries both historical thinking, the value of which I do not deny, and the unchanging and lasting human achievements. It is a strange cult that professes monotheism but which daily changes the God which is the object of the cult. You must notice that we are waging a peculiar discussion. It mirrors quite exactly that fictitious conversation between Carnot II and Lavoisier III recorded by Romain Rolland. A certain naivete, easily noticeable in that drama, does not conceal the analogy from me. Carnot demands from his interlocutor approval for sacrificing the present for the future. Lavoisier answers that to sacrifice truth, respect for oneself and all human values for the future means to sacrifice the future. I cannot disagree with him. Lacking your faith, as optimistic as it is empty-worded, as to the foreseeability of future things, I cannot know what future results will follow from our present actions. Therefore, I do not agree that great moral and intellectual values should be sacrificed on the altar of objectives the outcome of which is in doubt. On the other hand, I know that, on the contrary, the measures used necessarily imprint a mark on the ultimate outcomes. You succumb to deceptive pictures which liberal politicians always paint about the revolutionary movement in order to denigrate it, replies the revolutionary. Our doctrine does not leave the whole present to be devoured. The present makes immediate use of the revolution, and thanks to this it is possible to arrange it so that all its possibilities are not exploited but some are renounced for the sake of greater future results. And all the measures which make you so indignant are always a defense against a greater evil. Remember that in politics, a choice between two evils is more common than a choice between absolute good and evil. This is a premise of the present which was not created by either of us. I will never believe, says the intellectual, that the moral and intellectual life of mankind should conform to the laws of economic investment, that is, that one should expect better results tomorrow by saving today, i.e., use lies for the triumph of truth and take advantage of crime in order to pave the way for nobility. I know that often it is necessary to choose between two evils. But when both possibilities are to a large extent evil, I will do everything to refrain from choosing. In this way I also choose something, if only man's right to his own evaluation of the situation in which he finds himself. This is not so very little. But nevertheless, returning to your example, history made Carnot right, essayed the revolutionary. I did not notice that, essayed the intellectual. In such a case, the condition of any further conversation is to interpret again the whole history of the world, which cannot be done, especially if we are waiting for a choice which must be made right away, about the completion of this task, essayed the revolutionary. It seems that this is to the point. If we are forced to take some immediate attitude to current changes, then we cannot, of course, wait for the uncertain results of historico-philosophical discussions which may remain unresolved for 100 years. Therefore, our choice will always be best if it is determined by that small particle of certainty which we possess. Lasting moral values, elaborated in the long development of man up to this moment, are the surest support we have if reality demands from us a choice which, ultimately, is also of moral character. In any case, they are more worthy of confidence than any historical science. And this is the reason why, ultimately, I stick to my opinion. Whatever happens. Whatever happens. 3. Conscience and social progress. In the controversy between realism and utopianism, the arguments against the latter have been formulated so many times and in such minute detail that we shall forego the task of repeating them. However, we will cite the anti-realist arguments which, for many reasons, seem to us to be currently of greater importance. Our assumptions are as follows. First assumption, moral individualism. Only human individuals and their actions are subject to moral judgment. This follows from the fact that there can be no moral judgment without considering the intentions motivating the act, because intentions are inherent in the actions of the individual man. Thus, it is necessary, in turn, to conclude that moral judgment 11t of an anonymous historical process, and its negative and positive results, is impossible. Social groups or classes also cannot be morally judged, in the strict sense of the term, if by social class we understand and to us. 287. Such an interpretation seems accurate not only a collection of individuals, but a specific social entity, that is, wherein the reactions of its human components are determined by the reactions of the class as a whole, and not vice versa. We will not pursue this problem in greater detail because it is not essential to the following considerations. Nevertheless, and in our opinion this point is of major importance, this by no means indicates that membership in a specific group or class, and only this and no other relationship an individual has to the society he lives in, is decisive in determining his moral judgments, or his behavior, which is subject to moral judgment and the range of which is quite variable in history. On the contrary, we are permitted to accept the hypothesis that this determinism is absolute as formulated in the second assumption, although there is insufficient evidence for this. I have in mind here social determinism and not determinism resulting only from membership in a class, and we formulate that in the second assumption. Second assumption, determinism. Opinions of what is morally good and evil, as well as good and evil in human behavior, are determined by the individual's type of participation in social life. We understand by participation both upbringing and the influence of tradition, as well as membership in all social groups from whose interrelations there emerges that unique thing called personality. Tradition is, of course, also a social grouping, specifically the total number of people who remain in the sphere of influence of a certain type of consciousness shaped before them. We set aside the problem of what part various forms of social life play in shaping moral judgments, how many of them grow from universal conditions of social life as such, and therefore have a fundamental nature universally binding, how many originate in specific conditions of class society and therefore are, in any event, extremely enduring in character, how many, finally, result from membership in a definite class, profession, etc. This last question constitutes a summary of all the major problems of the sociology of morality, and as such is not suited for present consideration. The essential thing is that these two assumptions are not in the 288. least contradictory, although they are so considered by many moralists. There is no logical contradiction between social determinism, interpreted even more rigorously than we would wish to do here, and the recognition of moral responsibility. From this follows the next assumption. Third assumption, a humanistic interpretation of value. Although one's recognition of a certain set of moral judgments, as well as one's moral actions, are determined, one cannot, from the knowledge of the conditions determining a man, draw conclusions about the truth or falsehood of the judgments accepted by him. In other words, from the assertion that someone knows that he accepts this or that as good or evil because these or other conditions of life have induced him to do so, it does not follow that this or that is good or evil. Everyone has certain moral opinions, but no one can demonstrate the correctness of those opinions by claiming that they arose out of the influence of these or other external causes. Thus, to say that an individual may be judged morally amounts to saying that others have a right to judge him, and this statement has a normative character. Consequently, its antithesis is also normative. By contending, therefore, that determinism, which is a theoretical construct, makes a moral responsibility impossible, we silently assume that moral judgments may be deduced from purely theoretical premises. If we reject the possibility of such deduction, we must recognize that the problem of determinism or indeterminism in human behavior has no logical connection with the problem of affirmation or negation of man's moral responsibility, precisely because such affirmation or negation is not a theoretical construct. Thus, the third assumption eliminates the apparent contradiction between the first and second assumptions. Nevertheless, the question with which we are concerned is by no means solved, but actually emerges as a problem. Even if it is true that individual conduct should be explained by the historical process, and not the other way around, then anyone who recognizes this truth still remains a mere individual who must at every step make a vital choice and for whom this general knowledge provides no effective instrument in making that choice. Moral choice is made. 289. No easier by the realization that it is predetermined, in the vulgar sense of the term, or by the fact that every component of the alternatives is enmeshed in a specific historical perspective. To be more exact, the choice remains difficult until we imagine that we possess infallible and final knowledge of the laws of historical development, and that we can read the future of the world as reliably as a railroad timetable. Once this insane illusion possesses us, however, we can probably choose much more easily, but at what cost? This cost is based on the fact that the idiocy of daily life is apparently overcome by having each of its phenomena fictitiously elevated to the dignity of a general historical category so that it becomes a part of some universal of which our cosmic vision consists. For daily life is, by its very nature, tormenting because of the lack of connections between particular events. It is an accumulation of individual situations which have only one thing in common, and that is that some of them are in certain respects similar to others, thanks to which we are able to evolve some reflexes and habitual responses, selecting our reactions in what seems like an orderly fashion but in reality doing so thoughtlessly and in a purely conditioned way. In fact, however, a fragment of everyday life is spent and passes so quickly that it is impossible to take note of it, and together with other such moments it creates that hideous void where nothing is real and nothing really experienced, and everything is diffused in a chaotic mass of details. This everyday life composed of separate phenomena which lack substantial connection searches for this connection in mythologies adopted by happenstance, and which are called the purpose of life. Any individual purpose of life is supposed to create that continuity with regard to which every individual fact will seem to be a modus, this giving the course of everyday events the appearance of meaning, while, in fact, these events disappear before they have a chance to be absorbed by the consciousness, leaving after them only a sense of meaninglessness. This act of dressing one's life up with the appearance of substance, the superficial glamour of some sort of consistency and coherence induced by subordinating one's life to a single goal, may sometimes succeed. In so doing, it silences the torments of a daily life crushed by the nightmare of one's own absurdity. 290. Individual life goals, Those fragile mythologies which disintegrate under any external blow, may however be replaced by the armor of the philosophy of history. The consciousness permeated by historiosophical knowledge, which unfailingly arranges all facts according to general laws, and with the power of thought infallibly penetrates the future, organizes its daily life admirably, like some magnificent edifice where each small part has a perfectly defined function and each is classified in general and overestimated categories. Every fact of everyday life becomes merely an illustration of a specific abstract category. The heap of chaotic impressions of which our existence was previously composed is suddenly transformed into a paradise of pure universals. From the hell of unconnected fragmentary events we move to the charming symmetry of a world where only ideas and symbols exist. In that world there are no individuals, or they appear only as examples of ideas with the mark of their species recorded on their foreheads. In that world we no longer eat bread and butter but we reproduce labor power consciously organized for the purpose of applying it to socialist building. In that world we do not sleep, but we regenerate cerebral tissue to use it for inventive work in realizing the Weltgeist. We do not talk to men, but to carriers of ideas who themselves are only delegates of certain conflicting social forces in the gigantic advance of history. Our words are only echoes of ideas and every step has a predetermined objective, identical with that toward which historical progress is also moving with intentions we have discovered and which we know as well as we know the palms of our hands. In this manner we are removed from the muck of everyday life to the madness of abstract life, as if we were moving from a brothel to a monastery. Social moral consciousness oscillates between two extreme forms, each of which is revealed in the course of time to be the same idiotic illusion. It is also understandable that the defeat of one of these methods of interpreting life immediately pushes one into the arms of the other, a fact easily observed in the most banal experience of life. However, because we do not intend at present to become preoccupied with all the forms of absurdity we encounter in life, we would like to call attention to only one of them: how can we free the morality of daily life from the nightmare of the philosophy of 29.1. History and from those pseudo-dialectics which, by transforming morality into an instrument of history, in fact make history the pretext for disgraceful behavior. With this, we would like to make one reservation: we are not interested in that trivial criticism of the historiosophical worldview which rejects this conception on the grounds that it dehumanizes the world by theoretically classifying the facts of daily life. In spite of the illusory paradise of ideas in which the historiosophically educated consciousness moves, it is still more human and less idiotic than the typical everyday life which, in Tuwim's 4 words, is filled with the torture of weekdays and Sunday boredom. The danger of building a morality based on historiosophical vision and having meaning only within the framework of that vision does not consist in trying generally to interpret one's own life as a fragment of history, and thus endowing it, even by arbitrary pronouncement, with a certain meaning it does not intrinsically possess. The danger is based on a complete substitution of criteria of usefulness, which the demiurge of history derives from our actions, for moral criteria. The greater the degree of certainty we have concerning the demiurge's intentions, the greater the threat. The sectarian spirit is the natural enemy of the skeptical spirit, and skepticism is the best possible antidote, however difficult to apply generally, against the insane fanaticism of visionaries. This centuries-old truth should be refurbished from time to time whenever historical experiences which demonstrate this truth with particular clarity recur. When one achieves an absolute and unshakable certainty that the kingdom of heaven is around the corner, that the third order, of which Joachim of Flores wrote, is nearing its triumph and simultaneously approaching the final establishment of a new historical era, the ultimate one which really gives happiness and is really different from all the others, the only one to scotch the serpent's head and put an end to human suffering, when therefore we are hypnotized by boundless conviction that we are on the threshold of some kind of second coming, it is no wonder that this single messianic hope will become the sole law of life, the only source of moral precept, and the only measure of virtue. A 4 Julian Tuwim, 1894-1953, the most prominent Polish poet of the interwar period. 292. consistent messianist must be convinced that he cannot hesitate to do anything that might help to bring about the new era. Morality, then, speaks in the language of the apocalypse. It sees a new heaven and a new earth and knows simultaneously that before the far side is reached, the four angels will destroy a third of mankind, burning stars will fall, the abyss will open, the seven vessels of God's wrath will be poured over the world, and glory will illuminate the victor who crushes the heathen with an iron rod. The historiosophy of the apocalypse, of Joachim of Flores and of Thomas Munzer has been revived to some extent in the communist movement. Although in this latter case it was supported by an honest and prolific effort of scientific analysis, it acted like a messianic vision in the operations of the mass movement. Probably it could not have been different, but awareness of this cannot provide us with a sense of security precisely because we want to prove that out of more or less reliable knowledge of historical necessities, we still cannot deduce the rules of our conduct. In any case, we take note of one of many practical lessons, which states that one needs a certain skepticism in the face of any prophetic philosophy of history which sees the future with excessive certainty. Experience shows that, as Marx wrote, it is still easy to enslave people by an independent historical process. On the other hand, history is not simply an indifferent force, aloof as the gods of Epicurus, but a series of situations in which, irrespective of our will, we are really engaged. If this involvement is to be a voluntary act of individual consciousness, it is also a moral act, at least in the sense that certain other recognized values find expression in it as determining factors. Thus, our question is as follows: if the morality of daily life cannot be deduced from knowledge of real or alleged historical necessities, should we also defend certain moral values, arbitrarily assumed or accepted by force of tradition, even when in our opinion history turns against them? Shall we, then, propagate an anti-historical morality since we are abandoning a morality based wholly on history? And this could be the reply: the essential social engagement is moral. Although a great political movement which aims to shape the world in its own image is created by the needs of that world. 293. And is fundamentally oriented by social developments, still every individual's access to this or any other form of political life is a moral act for which he is fully responsible. Nobody is free from positive or negative responsibility because his individual actions constitute only a fragment of a specific historical process. A soldier is morally responsible for crimes committed on the orders of his commander. Even more, an individual is responsible for actions committed, allegedly or in fact, on the orders of anonymous history. If 1,000 people are standing on a river bank when a drowning man calls for help, it is almost absolutely certain that someone among those spectators will rush to help the man in the water. This quasi-statistical certainty concerns 1,000 people, but it does not in the least remove the necessity for moral judgment by that very individual, the one out of 1,000, who threw himself into the river. Experience testifies in advance to the fact that there will always be one such person in a crowd. The essence of this certainty may be compared to a historical prediction in the rare cases when it comes true. However, to be that one man out of 1,000 potential rescuers who realizes this prediction based on large numbers, one must carry out by oneself an act subject to moral judgment. By analogy, if a social system exists which needs criminals for some of its tasks, one may be sure that these criminals will be found, but it does not follow that as a result of this certainty every individual criminal is freed from responsibility. In order to take upon oneself the role of such an instrument of the system, one must intrinsically be a criminal, one must voluntarily commit a specific act subject to moral judgment. We therefore support the doctrine of the total responsibility of the individual for his own deeds, and the amorality of the historical process. In the latter case we take advantage of the Hegelian idea, but in the former of Descartes. It was Descartes who formulated the famous principle whose implications are not always apparent at first sight: there is no soul so weak that it would be unable to achieve absolute power over its passions by good conduct. This means that we cannot justify any of our actions by passion, by the moral incapacity to act differently, that we have no right to lay blame for any conscious act on any factor determining our conduct, because in each case we have the power to make a free choice. This assump. 294. Mentioned above, can be accepted without contradiction on the basis of a deterministic worldview, and also embraces all the justifications we might find for ourselves in historical necessity and historical determinism. Neither our own irresistible passions, I was unable to resist the desire, nor anyone's command, I was a soldier, nor conformity with the social customs, everybody did that, nor the necessities theoretically deduced from the demiurge of history, I thought I was acting for the sake of progress. None of these four most typical and common rationalizations of our actions has any value as justification. By this we do not mean to say that these four types of determinism do not actually play a role in life. We only assert that none of them can relieve the individual of moral responsibility because none destroys the freedom of individual choice. The individual act remains in the absolute power of the individual. We follow the main roads of our life on our own responsibility. Nor I, nor anyone else, can travel that road for you, you must travel it for yourself. Whitman. We wish to emphasize we are concerned with moral responsibility. A soldier who executed erroneous orders from his commanders, orders which are militarily ineffective, is not for that reason responsible for a lost battle. A soldier who, on orders, participated in the mass murder of a civilian population is responsible for homicide. His moral duty is not to obey the orders. Only on that principle was it possible to judge the SS men. Regardless of which philosophy of history we accept, we shall be judged justly for everything we have done in its name, and for everything which is subject to moral judgment. It is not true that the philosophy of history determines our main choices in life. Our moral sensibility does this. We are not communists because we have recognized communism as historical necessity, we are communists because we have joined the side of the oppressed against their oppressors, the side of the poor against their masters, the side of the persecuted against their persecutors. Although we know that the correct theoretical division of society is not into rich and poor, not into persecuted and pers. 295. Cuters, when we must make a practical choice apart from the theory, that is, a fundamental option, we are then morally motivated, and not motivated by theoretical considerations. It cannot be otherwise because even the most convincing theory is not by itself capable of making us lift a finger. A practical choice is a choice of values, that is, a moral act which is something for which everyone bears his own personal responsibility. Adam Schaff has been the main defender of orthodoxy against the arguments of the philosophical revisionists of Polish communism. He attacked Kolakowski's responsibility and history in 2 articles in Polityka, Warsaw, on February 1 and 8, 1957. If a former Marxist, even if his Marxism wasn't deeply rooted, writes today in an existentialist spirit about the freedom of an individual and his role as an autonomous creator of reality, and if he thus finds applause among leftish young people, we have to look for the social roots of such a phenomenon. This is scientific and ideological bankruptcy. Political bankruptcy is closely linked to it. Schaff dealt more thoroughly and more coolly with the theoretical problems posed by the existentialist influence upon Poland's intellectual life in a series of articles translated under the title of A Philosophy of Man. 2 of these are reprinted here. Professor Schaff is the leading personality in Polish philosophy today. He was educated at LW6W University and the École des Sciences Politiques et Économiques at Paris before the war. He did scientific work in the USSR from 1940 to 1945. He was professor at Lodz University from 1945 to 1948 and has been professor of philosophy at Warsaw University since 1948. He was director of the Polish United Workers' Party Institute of Social Research from 1950 to 1957 and has headed its Institute of Philosophy and Sociology since 1957. He is a member of the Polish Academy of Sciences, the Bulgarian Academy of Sciences, and the Executive Committee of the International Federation of Philosophical Associations. He has been editor of Contemporary Thought, 1946-51, and Philosophical Thought, 195 1-56. His principal publications are, Concept and Word, 1946. A Philosophy of Man to the Theory of Marxism, 1947, Birth and Development of Marxist Philosophy, 1949, Some Problems of the Marxist Theory of Truth, 1955-1, The Objective Character of Historical Truth, 1955, Introduction to Semantics, 1960, and Language and Cognition, 1963. In a debate between such contrary philosophies as Marxism and Existentialism, I refer throughout to Sartre's variant. WHH has played so big a role in Poland it is necessary to go straight to the main point of their differences. This concerns the concept of the individual, which is the central concept of every variety of existentialism, and around which are grouped all differences of viewpoint between existentialism and Marxism. Does the individual create society, by choosing the manner of his behavior in complete spontaneity and freedom of choice? Or is it society that creates the individual and determines his mode of behavior? These questions lie at the heart of the antagonism between existentialism and Marxism. All others, including the problem of essence and existence, are consequent upon the way they are answered. Of course, the different points of departure by no means signify that existentialism completely rejects the role of society, or Marxism that of the individual. But all varieties of existentialism which differ greatly in the areas separating Kierkegaard from Sartre are united not only by the fact that their central problems concern the fate and experiences of the individual, but also by and, indeed, primarily by their conception of the individual as isolated, lonely and tragic in his senseless struggle with the alien forces of the world around him. Involved here are problems hard to grasp and even harder to express clearly. This standpoint is ordinarily called subjectivism, and that it actually is, despite the existentialists' protest against such a designation of their position. Only by taking off from the position of subjectivism can one arrive at such a strange and internally contradictory conception as that of the sovereign individual, completely free to make decisions which depend only on himself, who is at the same time defenseless and tragic in his hopeless struggle with malicious fate. The internal contradiction that appears here is that between a voluntarist variety of subjectivism and the concept of an objective fate, independent of human activity. Sartre's reputation is due to his skillful treatment of the central problem of all varieties of existentialism, the problem of the individual and his complex relations with the world surrounding him. Sartre's has become the most typical variety of existentialism. This is due not only to the atmosphere of helplessness and despair with which his whole philosophy is permeated, but to the concept which generates this atmosphere, the asocial concept of the individual who, being isolated and lonely, must determine his behavior entirely for himself and, with nothing but his own judgment to guide him, grapple with hostile living and non-living forces. This is not a new idea, but it exerts a strong appeal in the conditions of moral chaos of the post-war world, in the conditions of the breakup of traditional systems of values while new social values take shape amid conflict and pain. Its appeal is all the greater when expressed by a great writer who is at the same time an excellent psychologist. But this is only one Sartre. There is another who, in spite of the first, leans toward socialism in his practical activities and toward Marxism in his theoretical work. There is something droll in the fact that Sartre, the existentialist moving toward Marxism, could in an article specially written for a Polish journal teach something to our Marxists who, moving toward existentialism, had lost their knowledge of Marxist philosophy and its values. Sartre reminded them that Marxism is the only modern philosophy which has the perspective of further development. I said that there is something amusing in this, but it is at the same time perfectly understandable. When two contrary tendencies, one away from and the other toward Marxism, intersect at a certain point, they by no means come to an agreement there. They are moving in opposite directions, and cannot agree. This is why an existentialist moving toward Marxism understands Marxism much better than a Marxist who is moving toward existentialism. While fully recognizing Sartre's stature and talents, one should not lose sight of the inner contradictions of his views, which do not decrease but rather increase with the development of his views. There is a contradiction between the Sartre who clings to traditional existentialism and the Sartre who pays tribute to the philosophy of Marxism. This contradiction can be overcome only by abandoning one or other of the two antagonistic views he now holds. And it is concentrated mainly in his conception of the individual. The young Marx, whom certain of his admirers in Poland wish violently to transform into an existentialist, wrote in his famous theses on Feuerbach, "The human essence is no abstract I9N inherent in each single individual. In its reality it is the ensemble of the social relations." This statement, aphoristic in form, was directed against Feuerbach, who in Marx's opinion did not understand the social individual and so committed a double sin: 1. Against the historical conditioning of the individual, whom Feuerbach conceived abstractly as an isolated being; 2. Against his social conditioning, which Feuerbach conceived in a naturalistic way in terms of the bonds uniting the individual members of a species. Referring to Feuerbach's views on the individual's religious beliefs, Marx further wrote, "Feuerbach consequently does not see that the religious sentiment is itself a social product, and that the abstract individual whom he analyzes belongs in reality to a particular form of society. It requires no special keenness of mind to realize that what Marx said hits not only at Feuerbach but strikes with equal force at the mistaken approach to the individual of both modern naturalism and existentialism. Marx states that the human essence is no abstraction inherent in each individual. In its reality it is the ensemble of the social relations. This statement goes to the heart of the problem if we discount the fact that this would not be today the ordinary way of phrasing this thought. The human being, as an individual, is the ensemble of the social relations, in the sense that his origin and development can be understood only in the social and historical context, in the sense that he is the product of social life. This social and therefore historical approach to the investigation of the spiritual life of man and his works is the indisputable and tremendously important theoretical content of Marxism, freeing it from the limitations of both naturalism and existentialist subjectivism in the analysis of human affairs. It is important to emphasize this point not only in opposition to existentialism but also to the vulgarized interpretation of the position held by the young Marx. I have already referred to the causes which led our latest revisionists to plagiarize existentialism. The same causes led indirectly to the distortion and existentialist vulgarization of the young Marx. The great enthusiasm of some of our intellectuals for the themes treated by the young Marx, and this is, moreover, a broader phenomenon of international significance, can be explained by their quest for answers to their pervasive question about human affairs, their desire to humanize the problems posed by Marxist theory, to saturate these problems with a humanist content, to connect them with the fate of the individual. That theme and its inspiration are, of course, comprised in the works of the young Marx. It is important to deepen one's analysis of this theme, making use of the further development of Marx's thought. But that is a task by no means connected only with the immediate social stimuli which actually propelled the theme to the fore. The very social causes and spiritual shocks which caused the defection of some intellectuals, formerly connected with Marxism, to existentialism led to their misrepresenting the tenets of the young Marx in the spirit of existentialism. When, in contradiction with historical facts, they vulgarized their interpretation of the views of the young Marx, it was by no means with them a question of an objective investigation. It is in this light that one may understand the ignorant attempts, made with such boastfulness and aplomb by our revisionists, to counterpose the young Marx, not only to Engels but also to the older Marx. For such enthusiasts, Marx was finished somewhere around 1846. And yet it is precisely in the teachings of the young Marx that we find a firm and decisive refutation of existentialist views on the problems of the individual. The views expressed by Marx on these problems, already expounded in the theses on Feuerbach, and developed in his later theoretical works, constitute a rejection of the theoretical foundations of existentialism objectivism, the asocial and ahistorical conception of the individual. The internal contradictions of Sartre's views are related precisely to this question. It is not possible simultaneously to pay tribute to the tenets of both existentialism and Marxism on philosophical problems in general and the problem of the individual in particular, without falling into eclecticism and toleration of contradictions. If one approaches the problem of the individual in a Marxist way, that is, historically and socially, one must abandon the idealist, subjectivist foundations of existentialism. One must reject the thesis that because the individual must make independent decisions in situations of moral conflict true, a real problem is involved here, he is condemned to loneliness and consequently to helplessness and despair. On the contrary, Marxism shows that the individual, in making independent decisions and, in a certain sense, choosing between given attitudes and activities, always does so socially, in the sense of the social conditioning of his personality. Marxism teaches that the individual's attitudes are social products, and that, in adopting the attitudes he does, the individual belongs in reality to a particular form of society. In this light, the philosophy of despair has its basis only in the attitudes of certain social classes who lose their so-called eternal philosophical truths at turning points of history. There is a fundamental contradiction between Marxism and existentialism. It is possible to choose between these two alternative points of view. What is not possible is to combine them into one consistent system of thought. We may note here that even atheistic existentialism is much closer to the tenets of religion on the problems of the obligations and destiny of individuals than would appear at first sight. This is the price of departing from the social and historical analy. I have already pointed out that existentialism contains a contradiction between the postulate of the sovereignty of the individual, who is supposedly the independent creator of his own destiny, in the deepest sense. This is the thesis that existence is prior to essence, and the whole content of the philosophy of despair. For that philosophy proclaims that man is a mere pawn in the hands of fate. As Sartre indicates primarily in his plays, evil triumphs regardless of human choosing. This conception perhaps finds its sharpest expression in Sartre's play The Devil and the Good God. But this is precisely the antinomy of religious moralists, especially those who derive their morality from the Mosaic religion, of which Christianity is a copy. The Judaic Jehovah and the existentialist fate are the one as spiteful as the other. They truly create man in their own image. They give him, cunningly enough, the power to recognize good and evil, but only so that they may condemn him. This miserable worm, with such means of knowledge at his command as the 10 Commandments, racks his brains as to what to do in life's conflicting situations and lives in a state of discord and fear, only to earn condemnation at the end. And yet this miserable and helpless creature, worthy of both pity and contempt, is in the light of religion the sovereign individual, God's highest creation. Atheistic and religious existentialism alike repeat the tale of the cruelty and maliciousness of the old Jehovah. They create their individual as supposedly sovereign in order to make him lonely. They condemn to helplessness and despair the wretched puppets who are the sport of malicious fate while wearing the hollow crown of sovereignty. For it is clear that the separation of the individual from society does not give him any sovereignty. On the contrary, it deprives him of all real independence. This cannot be doubted if one reads Kafka's Trial and the Castle, or sees on the stage the fate of Sartre's hero in The Devil and the Good God. The philosophy of despair is humanism inside out. It is in essence a moral morality, dehumanized humanism. But enough of that. What most concerns us here is that it is actually possible to choose between Marxism and existentialism, but impossible to combine them into one. Sartre himself will, sooner or later, have to make such a choice. It is impossible to complement Marxism with existentialism. This does not mean, however, that to be a Marxist one must give up the subject matter of existentialism. In his article on Marxism and existentialism, Sartre stated that his existentialism only fills in the gap which now exists in Marxism, and that the moment this is accomplished, existentialism loses all reason for existence as an independent current of thought. It all depends on how the above statement is to be understood. If it is a matter of completing Marxism with the theory and methodology of existentialism, then Sartre's proposition is very doubtful, since fire cannot complete water. But if it is a matter of Marxism undertaking, on the basis of the Marxist method, a more thorough investigation of the problems of the individual, which it has tended to neglect and which have been monopolized by existentialism, then we have here an important proposal. If it is true that existentialism has raised questions which profoundly affect people and we have neglected them, and if it is true that this neglect has had political consequences, then it becomes important to get clear, in the first place, about exactly what questions are involved. The usual answer is, Marxism has neglected the problems of ethics, and so it is necessary to undertake a comprehensive study of the broad principles of morality. This is true, but it is a truth of the kind that says little. What exactly is the object of a comprehensive study of the principles of morality, and how is it to be done? When it comes to the point, little remains for such studies but fine phrases. A serious analysis of what amongst the problems posed by existentialism is of most concern to people today brings two complexes of problems to the fore. 1. The problems of personal responsibility for one's actions, including political action and particularly in situations involving conflicts between opposing moral standards. 2. The problems of the individual's place and role in the world, which have been rather hazily expressed as the problem of the meaning of life. These are not single problems, but complexes of problems. They belong to the sphere of the science of morality, broadly conceived, but unhappily they were not in evidence when the traditional themes of Marxist ethics were developed. Because of that, the demand for the general development of Marxist ethics cannot be considered satisfactory. For the whole difficulty lies precisely in the question of how the subject is to be understood, i.e., what is the range of the problems of this ethics. By picking on particular problems we shall not, of course, develop a whole theory of ethics, but we may at least say something definite. When an existentialist raises problems of the individual's responsibility, he does so in a rhetorical and abstract manner. And this he cannot help. For by removing the problem of the freedom of choice and responsibility of the individual from its social and historical context, he cannot but treat the individual and his responsibility as abstractions. Sartre understands very well the conflicting character of situations in real life which present the individual with a choice as to how he will behave. He has expressed this in his work L'existentialisme est un humanisme, and in his literary works, but he considers this choice as the free act of the individual. We cannot accept this abstract way of posing the problem of the individual's responsibility. How has this problem actually presented itself to us, arising from recent experiences? The problem of responsibility for one's deeds did not present itself to us in a purely theoretical and abstract form, but in a most living and practical way in conflict between party discipline and one's conscience, and in judgment of those who, not motivated by any personal considerations, were guilty of evil deeds under the conviction that they were fulfilling their social obligations. Existentialism cannot answer problems posed in this concrete way. Its abstract and subjectivist outlook is useless in relation to such problems. To deal with them requires the development of a whole complex of theories, and first of all the sociological theory of the individual in society and, connected with this, the dialectics of personal freedom and the necessities. 1. Flowing from social determinism. Here we find already a firm theoretical foundation in Marxism. But there arise also a number of more neglected questions, of which the chief is that of the definition of responsibility in its sociological, psychological, and moral aspects. Finally, there arises the difficult problem of conflicting situations and the definition of responsibility in relation to them. Standard theories of ethics tend to overlook the fact that in real life moral judgments often relate to conflicting situations. So standard ethics simplifies its tasks and promulgates absolute solutions of moral problems independently of time, place, and social circumstances. All religious systems and most so-called lay codes of morals attempt to do this. All absolute ethical systems, so-called, erected on the basis of supposedly eternal and immutable moral truths, are helpless before the problems occurring most often in life, namely, situations of conflict in which doing what is thought to be right brings about evil consequences. Uncertainty here does not arise because the so-called sinner is ignorant of the moral norm obligatory for him in the given situation. The moralist may come forward with his pompous commandments and prohibitions, but that does not help, because the situation is connected with a clash of contradictory standards and the poor sinner cannot decide which has priority. This may be called an Orestes situation. Such situations confound all absolute moral systems, religious or lay. Existentialism has the merit of having been aware of the problem, although it cannot solve it. Marxism has the best equipment for solving it, but has so far remained somewhat aloof. The second main complex of problems relates to questions which are only reluctantly mentioned by philosophies pretending to the name of science. These problems, it is said, are so hazy and so burdened with tradition, that they should be regarded as belonging to the spheres of religion, mysticism, or poetry rather than science. Such, indeed, is the opinion of the neo-positivists, who class them among pseudo-problems. But as I have already pointed out, to call a problem a pseudo-problem does not abolish it, it merely hands the problem over to those least equipped to tackle it seriously. The traditional mystification of a problem does not abolish either the problem or the possibility of its scientific analysis. What is the meaning of life? What is man's place in the universe? It seems difficult to express oneself scientifically on such hazy topics. And yet if one should assert 10 times over that these are typical pseudo-problems, problems would remain. Let us therefore consider what is behind the haze. Vanity, vanity, all is vanity. These words, repeated in various forms in all philosophies of the East, seem to appeal to many who in old age begin to reflect on life and death. It is possible to shrug this off with a compassionate smile as nonsense. And yet the words echo a problem which cannot simply be ignored. Nor can the questions why, what for, which force their way to the lips of people tired of the adversities and delusions of life. This applies all the more to the compulsive questions which come from reflection on death. Why all this effort to stay alive if we are going to die anyway? It is difficult to evade the feeling that death is senseless, avoidable, accidental death especially. Of course, we can ask, senseless from what point of view? From the point of view of the progression of nature, death is entirely sensible. But from the point of view of a given individual, death is senseless and places in doubt everything he does. Religion has tried to counter this feeling of senselessness. The old and very wise religions of the East pointed to nirvana as the final goal, thus giving death a clear meaning. Other, more primitive, religions instill faith in a life after death. But what is to be done when religious belief itself loses all sense? Attempts to ridicule all this do not help at all. The fact alone of some agnostics undergoing deathbed conversions gives much food for thought. Philosophy must take the place of religion here. It must tackle a number of diverse questions which have remained from the wreck of the religious view of life: the senselessness of suffering, of broken lives, of death, and many, many other questions relating to the fate of living, struggling, suffering and dying individuals. Can this be done scientifically, that is, in a way that is communicable and subject to some form of verification? It certainly can. True, not by following the same methods as in physics or chemistry, for this is not a matter of physics or chemistry. This is why the neo-positivists are wrong in their sweeping verdict that these are empty pseudo-problems. And so are those Marxists who fail just as dismally to express themselves on these questions, and who cover their scornful silence by concentrating attention exclusively on great social processes and their laws of development. These are undoubtedly very important and socially decisive matters. But they do not provide automatic solutions to problems relating to individuals. Sartre's latest work, Critique of Dialectical Reason, covers 755 pages and is only the first volume of what promises to be a monumental treatise. It must regretfully be stated that, if Sartre were identified only with this strictly philosophical work, he would remain an obscure and relatively unimportant philosopher. What Sartre writes as a philosopher is terribly muddled and communicates little. Although he is a Frenchman, Sartre has managed to embody in his writings the worst traditions of German pedantry and obscurity. His pages resemble, not Descartes or Diderot, but Husserl and Heidegger. Luckily, there is another Sartre, who wields a different pen and contrives as a dramatist to make clear what the author wished to say. Thus Sartre the dramatist and novelist formerly clarified and popularized the philosophy of l'être. Perhaps he will do the same later for his new book, though it is hard to conceive how he will do it. Let us leave aside, however, the question of the lucidity of Sartre's new book. Few philosophers are lucid anyway, and apply ourselves to its contents. The wealth of problems posed compels selection. We are interested here primarily in those which bear on Sartre's relations to Marxism and exhibit the internal contradictions of his standpoint. Sartre has traveled far from l'être to critique de la raison dialectique. He of course continues on the line of existentialist thought, but arrives at the conclusion surprising for his creed that Marxism is actually the great philosophy of our time. In the introduction he writes, "I consider Marxism to be the undated philosophy of our time. While the ideology of existentialism and its method of cognition is an enclave of Marxism itself, which simultaneously gives birth to it and denies it." This introductory declaration contains in a nutshell the contradiction to which my further analysis is devoted. How Sartre interprets his own evolution toward Marxism is of considerable sociological and psychological interest. He was attracted by the force of the labor movement. As an intellectual, he was influenced by the rising class whose consciousness is molded by its own social position. Husserl and Heidegger officiated at the cradle of l'être, but in the critique Sartre had arrived at the conviction that Marxism is the philosophy relevant to our time, undated. Anti-Marxism, he states, faces the Robson's choice of either returning to pre-Marxist ideas or of rediscovering ideas already refuted by Marxism. This is an excellent and terse expression of an important fact many times observed in practice. Various critics have believed themselves to be superseding Marx when in reality they were only harking back to his precursors. Sartre's ideas on revisionism are of interest. The term is, he says, either a truism or an absurdity. It is a truism when it asserts the evolution of Marxist ideas. That evolution is a necessity even for those who wish to be the most faithful disciples, since Marxism is a living philosophy which changes and grows with the development of society. Revisionism becomes an absurdity when it sets out to make a change in philosophy which in its opinion finds itself in a state of crisis by calling in the advice of experts. If there is a crisis, and if any change is needed, that fact reflects a deeper social crisis, which can only be overcome as a result of social development. A revision made by experts is only a mystification. This thought of Sartre goes far beyond the shallow but loud propaganda of the revisionist miracle makers, and in my opinion deserves a deeper analysis. So we see that Sartre not only avows Marxist philosophy but attempts to defend it from attack. He ends his introductory study with a far-reaching prognosis of the fusion of existentialism with Marxism. When Marxist analysis accepts human dimensions, i.e., the existentialist program as the basis of anthropological science, existentialism loses its reason for existence. Is this not too good to be true? Doubts are at once raised by what Sartre says in continuation. Absorbed, mastered, and retained by an integrated philosophical movement, existentialism ceases to be a particular analysis in order to become the basis of every analysis. 309. Thus existentialism will disappear, not in the sense of being overcome by Marxism, which resolves the existentialist problems in its own way, but by being taken over by Marxism as the basis of every analysis. This is not a case of disappearance at all, but of the promotion of existentialism to the role of serving as the foundation of all Marxist theory. It is a question of completing Marxism by existentialism. Is such a completion possible without giving rise to internal contradictions within the system? To a certain extent Sartre himself is aware of contradiction. Indeed, in a polemic with Lukács he once charged the latter with not seeing the contradiction. We were at the same time persuaded that historical materialism provided the only correct interpretation of history and that existentialism remains the only concrete approach to reality. I do not intend to deny the contradictions inherent in this position. I only say that Lukács did not suspect them. Further, many intellectuals and many students have lived and still live under the pressure of this post-war exigency. Where does this come from? It results from a circumstance of which Lukács was well aware but of which he could not say anything at that time, Marxism, which attracts us as the moon does the tides, which has transformed all our ideas and eliminated for us the categories of bourgeois thought, could not satisfy our speculative needs. On the particular ground we occupied it had nothing new to tell us, since it was retarded in its own development. Sartre is right, of course, there are contradictions here. Historical materialism understands human actions and motives as socially conditioned, whereas existentialism seeks the true source of social phenomena in the autonomous, free individual. These are two diametrically opposed conceptions which cannot be united. Nor was this accomplished by Sartre, who perhaps managed to insinuate a little existentialism into Marxism while trying to transform Marxism into a variety of existentialism. It is not surprising that this new system splits at the seams under pressure of its internal contradictions. In a review of Sartre's book in Previews, under the significant title Marxism Existentialized, Aime Parry rightly remarked that Sartre had sacrificed none of his own doctrines for the sake of the undated philosophy, and that his position simply subordinates what he calls Marxism to existentialism. The discoveries of historical materialism advanced socialism from utopia to science. The discovery of the real mechanism of social development, and in particular of the determining role of the mode of production for the whole of social life, demonstrated the necessity of socialism and identified the social force which could bring it about. The guiding thought of historical materialism, and of the whole conception of scientific socialism, was historical determinism, which interprets the behavior of social classes and of human individuals in the light of the discovered laws of social development. Historical materialism does not deny the role of the individual in history. On the contrary, it strongly emphasizes that history is made by people. But it brings out the role of other factors, which determine in the last analysis why people think and act in one way and not in another. Materialism differs from idealism in understanding human thinking not as the primary but as a secondary and derivative factor in making history. True, in taking up this idea, so-called sociological science failed to digest it properly. Yet the acceptance of historical materialism does involve the recognition of historical determinism and its corollary, the derivative character of the mode of thought in relation to the mode of production. Sartre, however, who declares his avowal of Marxism in the form of historical materialism, rejects what is the foundation stone of that materialism, namely, historical determinism, with its specific conceptions of the laws of social development, of the derivative character of social consciousness, and of the dialectic inherent in understanding the individual as both the product and at the same time the maker of society. Is Sartre therefore dishonest in his pro-Marxist declarations? Nothing of the sort. It is simply a matter of contradictions in his views and personal convictions. He gets along with these the easier because he practices philosophy artistically, which means with complete carelessness regarding the precise meaning of the words he uses. With deep conviction he declares that vagueness should be the characteristic of every analysis. For the Polish reader, reared in the cult of temperance, clarity, and precision of thought, and perhaps for the English reader, too, such playing with words is often unbearable. Here is how Sartre conceives the subject matter of existentialism. The subject of existentialism consequent upon the avoidance of the matter by Marxists is the individual person in a social environment. The alienated individual transformed into a mere object, mystified, who was created by the division of labor and exploitation, but who struggles against alienation with insufficient means and, in spite of everything, patiently climbs to ever new positions. It must be acknowledged that this is a proper subject for analysis, and we cannot object if Sartre takes this point of departure for his investigation of dialectical reason, since he clearly stipulates that the individual must be understood socially and as socially conditioned. However, when Sartre proceeds from general declarations to the concrete application of his intentions, he arouses serious misgivings. He clearly formulates these methodological intentions in the chapter entitled Dogmatic and Critical Dialectic S. Here he is concerned with the problem of the freedom of the individual, basic for every variety of existentialism, which he approaches from the aspect of the relations between the individual and society, the individual and his environment in the broad meaning of the term. There are certain necessities, says Sartre, which the environment imposes on the individual in the form of laws. But the individuals at the same time make history. Such is his dialectic. But inconsistency arises here, since existentialism desires at all costs to preserve its doctrine of absolute individual freedom, which is at the very heart of existentialism as a philosophy, and without which it loses its reason for existence. Sartre finds himself entangled in the inconsistencies of an existentialism which recognizes, at least in words, the social conditioning of the individual personality. And he emerges rather too easily from this entanglement. He simply withdraws with his right hand what he grasps with his left. He recognizes social conditioning and the necessity flowing from it only in order at once to deny it dialectically. This is a poor kind of dialectic, the defects of which are due, among other things, to the fact that he never even attempts to make precise for himself what he understands by dialectics and contradiction, although he uses these terms incessantly. Man makes history on the basis of the conditions he finds at hand. If that statement is true, it definitively erases determinism and analytical reasoning as a method and rule of human history. The above-quoted argument of Sartre contains an obvious non sequitur, for the statement that people make their own history on the basis of given circumstances does not lead to the erasure of historical determinism but rather to the specific interpretation of the mechanism by which that determinism operates. But Sartre desires at all costs to save the freedom of the individual, as understood by existentialism, the conception of which is required to complete Marxism. On this conception of freedom rests his understanding of dialectical reasoning, which proceeds beyond what already exists to what does not yet exist but is projected by human activity. Sartre speaks of the dialectic of freedom and necessity, of the dialectic of the external conditioning to which we are subjected, as well as of the dialectic which we ourselves create. It is all terribly hazy and inconsistent. But it does express his intention, as does the following statement. There exists no dialectic that could be imposed on facts, as Kant's categories were imposed on phenomena. Dialectical development, if it takes place, is the individual adventure of the particular object. This is a poetic rather than a philosophical statement. But its intent is clear. Talk as much as you like about social conditioning, but without the freedom of the individual, in the sense of his being free from the action of determinism, existentialism simply ceases to exist as a philosophical current. This is why determinism must go. In the name of existentialism, Sartre demands recognition of the details of historical events, rejecting the idea of laws governing historical development. But without recognizing such laws there is no Marxism, no historical materialism. Sartre does not particularly care how loose his language is, although the subject requires accuracy of expression. He says further, historical materialism exists, and the law of that materialism is dialectics. But if, as certain authors maintain, by dialectical materialism is understood some kind of monism which wishes to direct human history from without, then it must be stated that there does not exist, or does not yet exist, any dialectical materialism. Sartre is, of course, aware that the existentialist individual with his freedom cannot be derived from any Marxist conceptions. Instead, he tries to make the transition from that individual to society, from freedom to necessity, from existentialism to Marxism, by dragging in the concept of scarcity. He speaks of rarit, but the literal translation of the word as arity does not express what he actually has in mind, namely, the lack or inadequacy of means to satisfy human needs. And here there arises a very serious misunderstanding, for Sartre, in all good faith, no doubt now replaces Marxism with a version of social Darwinism. Certainly, writes Sartre, however it may be with people and events, they have thus far appeared only within the framework of scarcity, i.e., within the framework of a society still incapable of freeing itself from the domination of its needs, and hence of nature, and which in this connection possesses limited techniques and instruments, a society torn asunder, overwhelmed by its needs and dominated by production, arousing antagonism between the individuals composing it, abstract relations between things, commodities, and money, etc., are the premise and condition of direct relations between people. In this manner, implements, the circulation of commodities, etc., determine economic and social development. Here Sartre tries to make economic scarcity the foundation of the whole mechanism of social development, including the class struggle. Human activity, he says, is carried on within the framework of scarcity of the means of subsistence, hence there is a surplus of population, and people naturally find themselves in antagonistic relations of competition with others for the division of the scarce means of satisfying their needs. The affinity of this with social Darwinism and Malthusianism is evident, but Sartre takes it for Marxism, with which it has nothing whatever in common. The Marxist conception of exploitation and surplus value is based on the fact that the worker produces more than the minimum amount required for his own satisfaction according to his historically determined living standards. The social problem in the United States today, for example, where the full employment of existing productive capacity would make possible the immediate transition to the communist principle of distribution according to need, does not consist of any inadequacy in material means, and the class struggle there is certainly not waged within any framework of scarcity. Marxism opposes the ideas of social Darwinism and Malthusianism, and sees in them merely the apologetics of capitalism which imposes poverty amidst plenty. The proposed marriage of Marxism and existentialism cannot, then, be celebrated. Materialism and idealism cannot come together, and no kind of dialectic can unite them. Sartre has suffered the fate of many completers of Marxism before him, and has entirely failed as a renewer of Marxism. But the fiasco of this marriage does not alter the fact, emphasized earlier, that some of the problems posed by Sartrist existentialism are important problems. The failure of Sartre's hopeless attempt to reconcile the irreconcilable does not make their discussion any less urgent. Marxism cannot become one with existentialism, but it can and must defeat it by tackling on its own ground those problems which constitute the vital part of existentialism. 7. Among the participants in the controversy between Marxism and existentialism in the United States is George Novack, 1905-, who has written for numerous periodicals on questions of socialist theory and politics over the past 3 decades. He was born in Boston and educated at Harvard University. In 1937 he was instrumental in organizing the International Commission of Inquiry into the Moscow Trials, headed by the philosopher John Dewey. He is the author of An Introduction to the Logic of Marxism, 1942, Uneven and Combined Development in History, 1995-8, The Long View of History, 1960, and Moscow vs. Peking, 1963, under the pen name of William F. Ward. He has been a research associate for the Fund for the Republic, a collaborator of the late C. Wright Mills, and recently he edited, with Isaac Deutscher, an anthology of Trotsky's writings, The Age of Permanent Revolution, 1964. His historical work on the origins of materialism was published in 1965. Basic Differences between Existentialism and Marxism is a slightly shortened version of an article that first appeared in the spring, 1965, issue of International Socialist Review. Basic Differences between Existentialism and Marxism. In his latest philosophical treatise, The Critique of Dialectical Reason, Jean-Paul Sartre has proposed a marriage between Exis. 318. Existentialism and Marxism, with himself officiating at the ceremony. Before the nuptials are celebrated, it will be helpful to inquire whether a synthesis of the two philosophies can be able. This article intends to show that the contending world outlooks cannot be harmonized or integrated into one containing the best features of both. A legendary Indian thought that by putting together fire and water he would see uncocked that most desirable of delights, fire-water. Actually, the one nullifies or extinguishes the other when they come into contact. It is the same with Marxism and existentialism. Their fundamental positions over a broad spectrum of problems extending from philosophy and sociology to morality and politics are so divergent that they cannot really be reconciled. This piece can do no more than indicate the main lines of their disagreement on the most important issues. Let us first consider their opposing conceptions of the nature of reality and then of science, which is the highest expression of man's endeavors to investigate and know the world around us. I. Science and the absurdity of reality. For existentialism the universe is irrational, for Marxism it is lawful. The propositions of existentialist metaphysics are set in a context of cataclysmic personal experience. They all flow from the agonizing discovery that the world into which we are thrown has no sufficient or necessary reason for existence, no rational order. It is simply there and must be taken as we find it. Being is utterly contingent, totally without meaning, and superfluous. Human existence as such is equally meaningless. It is absurd that we were born, it is absurd that we die, writes Sartre in Being and Nothingness. Man does not know where he came from, why he is here, what he must do or where he is going. Every existing thing is born without reason, prolongs itself out of the weakness of 319. Inertia and dies by chance, says one of Sartre's characters in Nausea. If the world is devoid of meaning and impervious to rational inquiry, a philosophy of existence would seem a contradiction in terms. In contrast to religious mysticism, philosophy aims to illuminate reality by means of concepts, the tools of reasoning. How is it possible to explain an unconditionally absurd universe or even find a foothold for theory in it? Kierkegaard did contend that it was neither possible nor desirable to think systematically about the reality of life, which eluded the grasp of the abstracting intellect. Camus rejected existentialist theorizing on similar grounds. It is hopeless, he asserted, to try to give rational form to the irrational. The absurdity of existence must be lived through, suffered, defied, it cannot be satisfactorily explained. However, the professional thinkers of this school do not choose to commit philosophical suicide. They have proceeded, each in his own way, to elaborate a philosophy of being in an absurd world. There is a logic to their illogicality. If everything is hopelessly contradictory, why should the enterprise of philosophy be an exception? The mission of man, they say, is to find out the meaning of meaninglessness or at least give some meaning through his words and deeds to an otherwise inscrutable universe. For dialectical materialism, reality has developed in a lawful manner and is rationally explicable. The rationality of nature and human history is bound up with matter in motion. The concatenation of cosmic events gives rise to cause and effect relations which determine the qualities and evolution of things. The physical has produced the biological the social and the social the psychological in an historical series of mutually conditioned stages. The aim of science is to disclose their essential linkages and formulate these into laws which can help pilot human activity. The rationality, determinism, and causality of the universal process of material development do not exclude but embrace the objective existence and significance of absurdity, indeterminism and accident. However, these features are no more fundamental to reality than their contrary categories. They are not immutable and irremovable. 320. Aspects of nature and history but relative phenomena which in the course of development can change to the extent of becoming their own opposites. Chance, for example, is the antithesis of necessity. Yet chance has its own laws which are lodged in the occurrence of statistical regularities. Statistical laws which derive regularities from a sufficient accumulation of random happenings, as in quantum mechanics or the life insurance business, exemplify how individual accidents are convertible into aggregate necessities. Exceptions are nothing but the least frequent alternatives, and, when enough exceptions pile up, they give rise to a new rule of operation which supersedes the formerly dominant one. The interplay of chance and necessity through the conversion of the exception into the rule can be seen in the economic development of society. Under tribal life, production for immediate personal consumption is the norm, whereas production for exchange is a rare and casual event. Under capitalism, production for sale is the general law, production for one's own use is uncommon. What was categorically necessary in the first economic system is fortuitous in the second. Moreover, in the transition from one economy to the other, the bearers of chance and necessity have changed places and become transformed into each other. Social structures which are rational and necessary under certain historical circumstances become absurd and untenable at a further stage of economic development and are scrapped. Thus feudal relations which corresponded to a given level of the powers of social production became as anachronistic as Don Quixote and had to give way before the more dynamic forces and more rational forms of bourgeois society. The existentialists go wrong, say the Marxists, in making eternal absolutes out of chance events and unruly phenomena. These are not unconditioned and unchangeable but relative and variable aspects of being. As a result of their conflicting conceptions of reality, the two philosophies have entirely different attitudes toward science. If the universe is irrational through and through, then science, which is the most sustained and comprehensive effort to render the relations and operations of reality intelligible and manageable, must 3-1 be nonsensical and futile. The existentialists mistrust and downgrade the activities and results of science. They accuse the scientists of substituting conceptual and mathematical abstractions for the whole living man, proffering the hollow shell of rationality for its substance, neglecting what is most important in existence, and breeding an unbridled technology which, like Frankenstein's monster, threatens to crush its creator. Marxism, which holds fast to the rationality of the real, esteems scientific knowledge and inquiry as its fullest and finest expression. It believes that the discovery of physical and social laws can serve to explain both the regularities and irregularities of development, so that even the most extreme anomalies of nature, society, and the individual can be understood. Have different conceptions of absurdity. To the existentialist, the absurd is not objectively manifest in either contingency or anachronism, the dialectic of his to why. It is wholly subjective, arising from the individual's apprehension that the most crucial questions about human life must remain unanswered because the world is inherently incomprehensible. Why, they ask with Pascal, should anyone be born, live, suffer and die now and not then, here and not there, in this way rather than that? According to Marxism, this demand that all the questions a person can pose about the ultimate characteristics of things be answered regardless of historical circumstances flows from a false view of the relations between reason and reality. The world, which exists independently of man's explorations and explanations, is endlessly accessible to human reason, but it does not have to conform to the latter. On the contrary, our reason must adjust itself to the natural, social, and psychic facts as they are found in reality. Whether certain questions about the universe and man's relations to it are unanswerable as well as unanswered will be determined by the nature of things. Dialectical materialism maintains that it is premature and stultifying to impose any a priori limits upon the possibilities of progress in knowledge. What appears meaningless and absurd at this point in human development may become fully understandable later on. 3-2. The predominance of ambiguity. In the eyes of the existentialists, ambiguity presides over existence. It is easy to see why. Ambiguity is a state between chaos and order, darkness and light, ignorance and knowledge. If the universe is ruled by chance, everything is inevitably and ineradicably indeterminate. The absence of cause and effect relations endows reality with a duplicity and disorder which renders it hopelessly obscure. This uncertainty is exceedingly acute in the individual torn by the warring elements within himself. His predicament is all the more difficult because he is trapped in a maze of conflicting possibilities. He must act in a fog where indistinct shapes move in no definite direction and toward no ascertainable destination. Since the given situation has no intrinsic structure, trends, or signs which make one alternative superior to another, the existentialist is entitled to pick whatever solution he prefers. What comes out is then a matter of chance or caprice. The essential form of spiritual life is marked by ambiguity, observes Heidegger in an introduction to metaphysics. Simone de Beauvoir tells us that from the very beginning, existentialism defined itself as a philosophy of ambiguity. She has attempted to found an ethics on the tragic ambivalence of the human being who is tossed like a shuttlecock between pure externality and pure consciousness without ever being able to bring them into accord. Merleau-Ponty likewise made ambiguity the leading principle of his social and political outlook. Men, he maintained, are thrust willy-nilly into situations where many conflicting forces are at work. These do not have any central line of development nor indicate any particular outcome. We must arbitrarily select one of the multifarious possibilities and act upon it amidst uncertainty and confusion. Our option makes and throws light on our character but cannot remove either the inherent ambiguity of the situation or the risk of the undertaking. Everything in life is a gamble. Merleau-Ponty objected to historical materialism because it did not give accident primacy over necessity in history. He applied his sweeping indeterminism to the outcome of the struggle for social. 323. Ism. The possibility remains of an immense compromise, of a decaying of history where the class struggle, powerful enough to destroy, would not be powerful enough to build, and where the master lines of history charted in the Communist Manifesto would be effaced. This was the theoretical source of the skepticism behind his reluctance to join the Communist Party and which later led to his rejection of the Stalinized Soviet Union as in any respect socialist. The personages in the works of the existentialist writers exemplify the enigmatic duplicity of the human being. They do not have stable characters or predictable courses of conduct. They plunge into unexpected and uncalled-for actions which contravene their previous commitments. Their lives and motives are susceptible to multiple meanings and inconclusive interpretations which their authors are not concerned to clarify, since misunderstanding must accompany the ambiguity of existence. The latest example of this is Edward Albee's new play Tiny Alice, whose enigmatic symbolism has puzzled not only the drama critics but the author and director. The problem of ambiguity is very real, it arises from the contradictory content of things. While the universe has a determinate structure and a discernible order of evolution, its elements are so complex and changing that the forms of their development can assume highly equivocal and puzzling appearances. The question is whether these paradoxical manifestations must remain forever indecipherable and unsettled, or whether the diverse and misleading forms can be correlated by scientific means into some lawful pattern which gets at the essence of things. The existentialists refuse to concede that the outcome of a situation depends upon the relative weight of all the factors at work within it. They want to make the settlement depend entirely upon the will of the individual. This runs into conflict with their observation that the results of men's activities are often at odds with their intentions, desires, and expectations. If this is so, what other and underlying forces determine the outcome? The existentialists have no answer but accident. For them arbitrariness remains the arbiter of all events. The materialist dialectician takes up where the baffled existentialist leaves off. He proceeds from the premise that what can 324 become definite in reality can find clear-cut formulation in thought. No matter how hidden, complicated and devious the perplexing contradictions encountered in reality may be, they can with time and effort be unraveled. The dialectical essence of all processes consists precisely in the unfolding of their internal oppositions, the gradual exposure and greater determination of their polar aspects until they arrive at their breaking point and ultimate resolution. As the contending forces and tendencies within things are pushed to the extreme, they become more and more sharply outlined and less ambiguous. The struggle of opposites is brought to a conclusion and maximum clarification through the confrontation of irreconcilable alternatives and the victory of one over the other. This is the logical course and final outcome of all evolutionary processes. Marxists do not regard ambiguity as an impenetrable and unalterable property of things or thoughts but as a provisional state which further development will overcome. Any unsettled situation can give way to greater determination. Reality and our understanding of it need not be forever ambiguous. Order and disorder are relative features of things. The greatest chaos has sources of order within it, behind it, and ahead of it. The most crystallized form of order contains elementary traces of irregularity which can in time spread out, upset and overturn its symmetry and stability. Moreover, ambiguity can be as much of a challenge and an opportunity as an obstacle. It prods knowledge and practice forward. Science advances and action becomes more effective as men succeed in displacing what is indeterminate and problematic with definite ideas about objectively determined things. The existentialists make much of the ineradicable ambiguity of history. They emphasize that history does not move in a straight line or a uniform manner from one point to another. Indeed, some among them question whether mankind has progressed at all. Marxism does not deny that history is full of irregularities, relapses, stagnation and oddities. Despite its zigzags, however, history has moved onward and upward from one stage to the next, from savagery to civilization, for ascertainable reasons. It exhibits necessities as well as ironic contingencies, final settlements as well as unresolved issues. The French feudalists, the British loyalists, the Southern slaveholders, the German Nazis and the Russian capitalists can attest to that. For purposes of analysis, reality can be divided into two sectors, one public, the other private. There is the objective material world that exists around us, regardless of what anyone feels, thinks, or knows about it. Against this is the inner domain of personal experience, the world as it appears to each one of us, as we perceive, conceive, and react to it. Although these two dimensions of human existence are never actually disjoint and roughly correspond with each other, they do not coincide in certain essential respects. They can therefore be considered separately and studied on their own account. Existentialism and Marxism take irreconcilable views on the nature of the relationship between the objective and subjective sides of human life, on the status, the interconnection, and the relative importance of the public and private worlds. Marxism says that nature is prior to and independent of man. Man as a product and part of nature is necessarily dependent upon it. Existentialism holds that the objective and subjective components of being do not exist apart from each other and that in fact the subject makes the world what it is. Heidegger tells us there is no world without man. The contrast between the idealistic subjectivity of the existentialist thinkers and the materialist objectivity of Marxism can be seen in the following assertion of Heidegger in An Introduction to Metaphysics: "It is in words and language that things first come into being and are." In accord with the conception that other aspects of reality acquire existence only to the extent that they enter man's experience, Heidegger makes not simply the meaning but the very existence of things emanate from man's verbal expression of them. To a materialist, such functions of man as speech and thought reflect the traits of things but do not create them. The 326. External world exists regardless of man's relations with it and apart from the uses he makes of its elements. The whole of existentialism revolves around the absolute primacy of the conscious subject over everything objective, whether it be physical or social. The truth and values of existence are to be sought and found exclusively within the experiences of the individual, in his self-discovery and self-creation of what he authentically is. Marxism takes the reverse position. It gives existential priority, as every consistent materialism must, to nature over society and society to any single person within it. Nature, society, and the individual coexist in the closest reciprocal relationship which is characterized by man's action in changing the world. In the process of subduing objective reality for his own ends, man changes himself. The subjective comes out of the objective, is in constant interaction and unbreakable communion with it, and is ultimately controlled by it. These opposing conceptions of the object-subject relationship are reflected in the conflict between the two philosophies on the nature of the individual and his connections with the world around him. The category of the isolated individual is central in existentialism. The true existence of a person, it asserts, is thwarted by things and other people. These external forces crush the personality and drag it down to their own impersonal and commonplace level. The individual can attain genuine value only in contest with his external relationships. He must turn inward and explore the recesses of his being in order to arrive at his real self and freedom. Only at the bottom of the abyss where the naked spirit grapples with the fearful foreknowledge of his death are both the senselessness and the significance of his existence revealed to him. Thus existentialism pictures the individual as essentially divorced from his fellow humans, at loggerheads with an inert and hostile environment and pitted against a coercive society. This desolation of the individual is the wellspring of inconsolable tragedy. Having cut off the individual from organic unity with the rest of reality, from the regular operation of natural processes and the play of historical forces, existentialism is thereafter unable to fit. 327. The subjective reactions and reflections of the personality to his environing conditions of life. Indeed, says Sartre, man's attempts to make consciousness coincide with facticity, the world of things, is a futile business. By a grim paradox, the solitary individual I-do.al is completely sovereign in shaping his real existence. With nothing but his own forces to lean on and his own judgment as a guide, he must confront and solve all the problems of life. Existentialism is the most thoroughgoing philosophy of individualism in our time. Be yourself at all costs is its first commandment. It champions the spontaneity of the individual menaced by the mass, the class, the state. It seeks to safeguard the dignity, rights, initiatives, even the vagaries of the autonomous personality against any oppressive authority, organized movement, or established institution. With individual liberty as its watchword and supreme good, existentialism is a creed of nonconformism. I came to regard it as my task to create difficulty_s everywhere, wrote Kierkegaard in describing how he turned to an existentialist view of life. The existentialists are averse to routine, externally imposed ideas or disciplined modes of behavior, and whatever is ungenial to the desires of the ego. All submission to pressures and presences not freely chosen is evidence of bad faith, says Sartre. The targets of existentialist protest are as diversified as the interests and inclinations of its exponents. These have ranged from religious orthodoxies to philosophical systematizing, from capitalist exploitation to Stalinist regimentation, from bourgeois morality to workers' bureaucratism. Kierkegaard set about to disturb the peace of mind of the hypocritical Danish middle class. Nietzsche heralded the Superman who was to rise above the herd-like crowd and transcend good and evil. The favored heroes of Camus and Sartre are rebels and outsiders. Simone de Beauvoir and Sartre analyze writers like the Marquis de Sade and Jean Genet whose ideas and lives have outrageously flouted the ordinary canons of moral conduct. It must be said that the heresies of the existentialists do not always succeed in shedding completely the values of the society they rebel against. Kierkegaard assailed the sluggishness and self-deception. 328. Of the smug citizens around him only to embrace the Christian God with more passionate intensity. And Sartre, who attacks stuffed shirts and stinkers for their egotism, clings to the concept of the totally free person beholden solely to himself as the pivot of his philosophy and moral theory. Existentialism proclaims the urge of the individual to develop without hindrance. But its constitutional aversion to organized action of mass movements determined by historically given circumstances renders it incapable of finding an effective solution of the problem for the bulk of humanity. That is why it is nonconformist rather than revolutionary. Historical materialism takes an entirely different approach to the relationship between the individual and his environment. Man is essentially a social being who can develop into an individual only in and through society. For Marx, the isolated individual is an abstraction. Everything distinctive of man, from tool-making, speech and thought to the latest triumphs of art and technology, are products of his collective activity over the past million years or so. Take away from the person all the socially conditioned and historically acquired attributes derived from the culture of the collectivity, and little would be left but the biological animal. The specific nature of the individual is determined by the social content of his existence, by the wealth of his social connections. This applies not only to his contacts with the outside world but to the innermost fibers of his being, his emotions, imagination, and ideas. Even the special kind of solitude felt by people today is an outgrowth of the social system. One of the major contradictions of capitalism is that it has brought humans into the closest togetherness while accentuating conditions that pull them apart. Capitalism socializes the labor process and knits the whole world into a unit while separating men from one another through the divisive interests of private property and competition. Engels noted this when he described the crowds in the London streets in his first work, The Condition of the Working Class in England in 1844. This isolation of the individual, this narrow self-seeking is the fundamental principle of our society everywhere. The dissolution of mankind into monads, of which each is a separate prin. 329. Sippel, the world of atoms, is here carried out to its utmost extreme. The barbarous indifference, hard egotism, and nameless misery which he observed over a century ago still strongly permeate our acquisitive society. However much it has been violated in practice by bureaucratic powers which speak in its name, the defense and expansion of individuality is likewise one of the persistent concerns and chief aims of the socialist movement. Marxism differs from existentialism by denying that individualism as a philosophy can provide an adequate method of social change and political action. Since the social structure shapes and dominates the lives of individuals, it has to be transformed by the collective stmgla of the working people in order to eliminate the conditions that repress individuality and create an environment suited to the unhampered cultivation of the capacities of each living human being. According to its supporters, the supreme merit of existentialism is its capacity to explain and safeguard man's freedom. It is superior to Marxism, they claim, because it does not subjugate men to determinism, which robs them of free choice and moral responsibility for their deeds. The problem of freedom and necessity arises from two apparently contradictory facts of life. Science teaches and practice confirms that nature and society have regularities which are expressed in laws. At the same time, man deliberately selects between different lines of action. How can universal determinism coexist with freedom of choice? The existentialists cut this Gordian knot by depriving determinism of any sway over human beings. What is non-human may be subject to objective causation, but man cannot be reduced to the status of a thing. To be human is to be free, that is to say, completely self-determined by successive acts of will. When external circumstances compel us to be or do anything against our will, we 330 are not behaving like human beings but like automatons. It is only by detaching ourselves from the given situation that we can freely decide the character and course of our lives. Thus, in order to preserve human choice intact, the existentialists nullify determinism and lawfulness in favor of an unrestricted exertion of the will. Marxism resolves the antithesis between scientific determinism and human choice in an altogether different manner. Man really becomes free by uncovering and understanding the laws of nature, society, and thought. Our aims become effective to the extent that verified scientific knowledge enables us to control and change the world around us. The existentialist demand for absolute personal freedom does not correspond to anything real or realizable. Men must act under the constraint of their conditions of life and cannot cast off their causal weight. Human activity is an unequal synthesis of extrinsic determination and self-determination. Men react consciously and vigorously to their environment and take initiatives to alter certain aspects of it. The measure of control exercised by the objective and subjective components of the causal process changes and develops in the course of time according to the growth of man's mastery over nature and society. History has proceeded, by and large, toward greater freedom, toward a growth in man's ability to decide and direct an increasing number of activities. The existentialists regard determinism as an inveterate foe of human aims and aspirations. In reality, determinism can display either a hostile or friendly face to us, depending upon the given circumstances. Man became free for the first time in this century to travel through the atmosphere and even to leave this planet. This was achieved by finding out the principles of aerodynamics and utilizing them to design and construct the instruments to realize the aim of flight. In making aircraft, we have succeeded in putting the determinism of the material world to work for us, rather than against us. The same is true of social determinism. Men have been enabled to enlarge their freedom not by ignoring and rejecting the determinants of history but by recognizing them and acting in accord with their requirements. The American people acquired and extended their liberties by seeing the need for abolishing British domination and Southern slaveholding when national progress demanded such revolutionary deeds. Far from being incompatible with freedom, as the existentialist thinks, natural and social necessities are the indispensable foundation of all the freedoms we have. The existentialists, however, are more concerned about the narrower dilemmas of personal responsibility than with the broader problem of the interaction of freedom and necessity in social and historical evolution. Both existentialism and Marxism agree that our conduct has to be regulated and judged by relative human standards. Man is accountable only to himself and for himself and has no right to sanctify or justify his decisions by reference to any supernatural source. What, then, is the basis of morality? Where do our standards of right and wrong come from? The ethics of existentialism is uncompromisingly libertarian. The individual creates both himself and his morality through his uncurbed choices. Authentic freedom manifests itself in the causeless selection among alternative possibilities and fulfills itself in the deliberate adoption of one's own set of values. The Marxist theory of morality does not rest upon an inborn capacity of the individual to make unconditioned and unmotivated choices but upon historical and social considerations. Its position can be summarized as follows: 1. Morality has an objective basis in the conditions, relations, needs and development of society. Its rational character is derived from a correspondence with given historical realities and an understanding of specific social necessities. 2. Morality has a variable content and a relative character, depending upon changes in social circumstances. 3. Under civilization to date, morality inescapably takes on a class character. 4. There are no absolute standards of moral behavior and judgment. Human acts are not good or bad, praiseworthy or iniquitous in themselves. All moral codes and conduct must be evaluated by reference to the prevailing conditions and the concrete social needs, class interests, and historical aims they serve. The rival theories of morality are put to a test in cases which pose conflicting lines of action. The philosophical and literary. 332. Works of the existentialists concentrate upon such either-or situations: to accept God or reject Him, to join one side rather than the other, to turn traitor or remain loyal to one's comrades, to live or die. Existentialism insists that there cannot be any sufficient and compelling grounds within the situation itself, the individual's connections with it, or his own character to warrant choosing one rather than the other of mutually exclusive alternatives. Man, says Sartre, is the being through whom nothingness enters the world. This power of negation is most forcefully expressed in his perfect liberty to do what he pleases in defiance of all external circumstances. The exercise of fully conscious, uninhibited preference distinguishes man from the animals and one man from another. By their choices shall ye know them. The historical materialists reply that, while we can make choices in situations permitting real alternatives, that is the crux of personal morality, these decisions are not made in a void. Making up one's mind about the possibilities of a confusing or conflicting situation is only a part of the total process of moral action. Voluntary acts are links in a chain of events which begins with objective circumstances and ends with objective consequences. The given situation, personal character, motivation, decision, action, and results form a continuity of phases which are lawfully connected with one another and feed back upon one another. The uniqueness of individual choice does not consist in its self-sufficiency or release from essential relations with other concomitant facts, but in contributing its special quality of approval or dissent, collaboration, or resistance, to them. The existentialists deny any causal ties between the psychological act of choice and the circumstances in which it takes place. They shear away the moment of personal decision from all that precedes and follows it. This introduces an unbridgeable chasm between the act of choice and the conditions, motivations, and consequences of human action. However, there is no empirical evidence that choice occurs apart from and unaffected by the totality of concurrent conditions. This is a purely metaphysical assumption. In fact, the power of choice is far from unlimited. A multitude of social, historical, biographical factors enter into the process of 333. Moral determination. The real opportunities open to the individual are restricted by natural and social history, the forces operating in a particular situation and the trends of their development. These provide objective criteria which make it possible to ascertain beforehand whether one alternative is preferable to another or, after the fact, whether one was better than another. Moreover, the individual is predisposed, though not predestined, by his previous experiences and existing connections to take one path rather than another. Otherwise human behavior would be completely unpredictable. The highest good in the existentialist scale of values is personal sincerity, which is certified by devotion to a freely chosen object of faith. This psychological quality, which is considered the most powerful manifestation of freedom, is the sole principle of moral worth. The feelings of the autonomous individual determine what is right or wrong in any given case. Marxists judge actions to be good or bad, not according to the intentions or emotions of the agents, but by their correspondence with social and class needs and their service to historical aims. They are considered justified or unjustified to the extent that they help or hinder progress toward the goals of socialism. Good deeds must be judged by their consequences. They must actually lead to increasing man's command over nature and diminishing social evils. According to Sartre, through the exemplary choice of my being, I accept responsibility not simply for myself but for all others. This doctrine of unlimited liability is no more valid in morality than in law. Objective circumstances also determine the degree of individual and collective responsibility. A person can be held responsible only for what he can change by his decision and action. The ambivalence of existentialism is most conspicuous in its view of human destiny. It is at one and the same time a philosophy of the utmost despair and of breathless effort to go beyond it. Existentialism swings back and forth between these extremes. At one end stand the principal characters in Waiting for Godot, a classic of the existentialist theater. They wait and wait, but nothing important happens, nothing changes, no one comes. Their expectations continuously disappointed, they are sunk in the futility of an empty existence which must go on without hope or help. But most writers and thinkers of this school cannot remain in the unrelieved apathy and inertia dramatized by Beckett. His ending is their point of departure. After looking the worst in the face, they challenge the tragic absurdity of existence. Merleau-Ponty distinguishes between bad existentialism, which wallows in pure negativism, and good existentialism, which strives to project itself beyond despair. Camus regards the revolt against nihilism as the basis of everything worthwhile. The mark of man's freedom, says Sartre, is his conscious refusal to submit to any externally imposed condition of life. The authentic person will pass from total negation to self-affirmation in action, from naysaying to yes-saying. The individual forges his genuine self by bucking against the pratico inert around him and surpassing his given situation through involvement in a characteristic venture, a cause, a future. The existentialists take many divergent paths out of the original abysmal human condition. The religious, like Kierkegaard, Marcel, Buber, Tillich, try to find a way to God. The unbelievers seek a solution, a transcendence, in this world. This quest has led the most radically inclined among them toward the revolutionary struggle of the working masses. As Julian Simons wittily put it, they would rather be waiting for Lefty than waiting for Godot. Yet they cannot completely merge themselves with the aims of any movement because of their stand on the insurmountable ambiguity of everything. Existentialism remains fundamentally a creed of frustration in the midst of fulfillment. The most brilliant success turns into failure as coal into ashes. The hazardous leap from what is to what should be inevitably falls short of realization. For Camus, every act of rebellion against oppression is justified in itself but installs a new form of servitude. For Sartre, the act of transcendence negates itself in the very process of materialization, trickles out and dies. It must be followed by a fresh exertion of creative revolt which in turn will not reach its goal. Thus mankind hungers but is never fully fed. We ask for nourishing bread and receive a stone. The most promising road forward winds up in a blind alley. Life is not only a gamble, it is in the end a cheat. We are swindled by the limitations of time, history, and death which nullify our fondest hopes. The sorrows of our proud and angry dust are from eternity and will not fail. But man always will. Sartre has epitomized this pessimism coiled in the heart of existentialism in the famous aphorism From Being and Nothingness. Man is a useless passion. So grim a humanism in which every venture must turn out to be a lost cause can stimulate spasmodic expenditures of energy in social struggle. But the expectation that defeat lurks in ambush spreads skepticism and cripples the steadfastness of the inwardly divided individual at every step. The pessimistic irrationalism of the existentialists clashes head-on with the militant temper of Marxism, which feels sure of the victory of humanity over all obstacles. For the historical materialist, man is above all the creative producer who has succeeded through his own titanic efforts in elevating himself from animality to the atomic age and is just on the threshold of his authentically human career. This belief in the rationality of social evolution and in the necessity of the socialist revolution to usher in the next stage of human progress is the theoretical source of the optimism which suffuses scientific socialism. Marxism points to the historical achievements recorded in man's rise over the past million years and incorporated in the accumulated knowledge, skills, and acquisitions of world culture as tangible proofs of the worth of his work and as a pledge of the future. The indomitable struggles for a better life among the downtrodden, the wretched of the earth, the key role of the industrial workers in modern economy, the successes of the first experiments in nationalized property and planned economy even under extremely adverse conditions, give confidence to Marxists that the most difficult problems of our age are susceptible of solution through the methods of proletarian peasant revolution and socialist reconstruction. As in the past, many surprises, setbacks, disappointments and detours will be encountered en route. These are part of the price. 336. Exacted by the fact that man has had to climb and sometimes crawl upward unaided by anything but his own collective efforts. Yet every great social and political revolution has added new stature and power to mankind despite the pains and even disenchantments attending it. The offspring of history have been worth the agonies of birth and the difficulties of their upbringing. 6. Alienation in modern society. Why do so many people nowadays feel that the major forces governing their lives are inimical and inscrutable and beyond their capacity to control or change? Where does this state of helplessness come from and what can be done to remove it? Their disagreements on the causes and cure of alienation in modern society constitute an impassable dividing line between the two philosophies. Both existentialism and Marxism recognize that men have become dehumanized by the alienations they suffer in contemporary life. Alienation expresses the fact that the creations of men's mind and hand, whether these are divine beings, a relentless and immutable nature or a social system, dominate their creators. The victims of this servitude become stripped of the qualities of self-determination and self-direction which raise them above the animal level. For existentialism, man's alienation has neither beginning nor end. It is not an historical phenomenon but a metaphysical fate. It is a primordial, indestructible feature of human existence, the quintessence of human nature. The free and conscious human being is irreconcilably estranged from the world into which he has been hurled. Although he can introject meaning, value, usefulness into it, this does not efface its alien and absurd nature. Hostility is likewise built into the structure of interpersonal relations. The world whose meaning I create differs from that of others. This produces incessant friction between me and other people who strive to impose their views on me, nullify my authentic existence, and divert me from my own needs and aims to serve their alien needs. Finally, the individual is ill at ease with himself. Our inner being is rendered unhappy by the perpetual tension of conflicting impulses and claims. The goals we set are unrealized or result in something other than we expected or desired. Since all these sources of alienation are ineradicable, we can do no more than clear-sightedly confront and stoically bear up under this somber state, trying to cope with it as best we can. All the diverse ways in which the existentialists seek to transcend their fate, religion, artistic creation, good works, liberalism, social revolution, are by their own admission only palliative and superficial. They may make life tolerable and meaningful but do not and cannot end the condition of alienation. Free men are obliged to try and overcome their alienation in ways most suitable to themselves, that is their glory. But their efforts prove unavailing, that is their melancholy destiny. Alienation plays the same part in the existentialist metaphysics as Adam's fall from grace in Christian theology. It is the equivalent of original sin. Just as Jehovah expelled the erring pair from paradise and condemned their descendants to sin and suffering on earth forever after, so through the fatality of our existence as humans we are eternally and ineluctably withdrawn from others and enclosed within ourselves. There is no release or redemption from such estrangement. Instead of indicating any exit from the state of alienation, existentialism makes it the permanent foundation of human life, reproducing and justifying it in metaphysical terms. Marxism gives a materialist and historical analysis of alienation. It is the product of man's impotence before the forces of nature and society and his ignorance of the laws of their operation. It diminishes to the extent that man's powers over nature and his social relations, and his scientific knowledge of their processes of development, are amplified. The idolatries of magic and religion by which men prostrate themselves before supernatural beings of their own imaginative manufacture are the most primitive forms of alienation. But the 338 alienations peculiar to civilization are based, not upon man's subjection to nature, but upon his subjection to other men through the exploitation of labor. This type of alienation originates in a higly developed division of labor and the cleavage of society into antagonistic classes. Bereft of the conditions of production, the mass of direct producers lose control over their lives, their liberties, and means of development, which are at the mercy of hostile societal forces. This is obvious under slavery, which was the first organized system of alienated labor. The alienation of labor is far more complex and refined under capitalism, where it attains ultimate expression. The wage workers are subjected to uncontrollable external forces at every step of capitalist economy. Having none of the material prerequisites of production, they must go to work for their owners. Even before physically participating in production, they surrender their labor power to the entrepreneur in return for the payment of the prevailing wage. While at work, the conditions and duration of the job are determined by the capitalist and his foreman. As men on the assembly line can testify, workers become degraded into mere physical accessory factors of production. Instead of intelligently exercising their capacities, they are constrained to perform monotonous, repetitious tasks which strain their endurance. The plan, process, and aim of production all confront them as hostile and hurtful powers. At the end of the industrial process, the product does not belong to the workers who made it but to the capitalist who bought their labor power. It goes into the market to be sold. There the mass of commodities and money function like an untamable force which even the biggest groups of capitalists cannot control, as the fluctuations of the business cycle and periodical crises demonstrate. On top of this, the competitiveness of capitalism pits the members of all classes against one another and generates unbridled egotism and self-seeking. The members of bourgeois society, whatever their status, are immersed in an atmosphere of rivalry rather than communal solidarity. Thus the underlying causes of the alienations within capitalism come from the contradictory relations of its mode of production and the class antagonisms and competitive conditions engendered by them. The divisions rooted in the economic foundations of Capi. 339. Tailism branch out into all aspects of social life. They appear in the collisions of class interests and outlooks on a national and international scale, in the opposition of monopolist-dominated governments to the mass of the people, in the struggle of the creative artist against commercialism, in the contrast between metropolitan slums and ghettos and luxury apartments and hotels, in the subordination of science to militarism, and myriad other ways. Its cruelest and sharpest large-scale expression today in the United States is the deep-going estrangement between the black people and the white. These stigmata mangle human personalities, injure health, stamp out the chance of happiness. They produce many of the mental and emotional disturbances which make up the psychopathology of everyday life in the acquisitive society. Can the alienations of modern man be overcome? The existentialists contend that they cannot. Marxism replies that these characteristics of a barbarous past and exploitative present can be removed by revolutionizing outworn social structures. Now that mankind has achieved superiority over nature through science and technology, the next great step is to gain supremacy over the blind and anarchic forces in our lives. The sole agency that is strong and strategically enough placed to carry through this task of instituting conscious collective control over economic and political life is the power of alienated labor embodied in the industrial working class. The material means for liberating mankind from the causes and consequences of alienation can be brought into existence only through the socialist revolution, which will concentrate economic, political, and cultural power in the toiling majority. Planned economy along socialist lines on an international scale can lead to such plenty that the circumstances permitting and even necessitating the rule over the many by the few will be wiped out forever. When all the compulsory inequalities in the conditions of life and labor and in access to the means of self-development are done away with, then the manifestations of these material disparities in the estrangements of one section of society from another will die away. The equal and fraternal relations at the base of the future socialist culture will facilitate the formation of integrated personality ties no longer at odds with each other or with themselves. It should be plain that the disagreements between existentialism and Marxism are not superficial or incidental, they reach to the roots of the basic questions of human life in our time. The differences are far too deep-going to be reconciled or effaced. That is why these rival schools of thought cannot be mated with fruitful results in either philosophy or politics.